Chapter 1055. The general trend has been formed after signing the contract. Lu Zhengrong, a master of the heavenly way, joined the Senate of the Arcane Kingdom and became one of the members of the Supreme Council. He had the highest voting and decision-making power in the entire empire. But for Lu Zhengrong, it wasn't a benefit. It was just a lot more obligations. But for the Arcane Kingdom's parliament, it was a great thing. There was another master of the heavenly way. The power of the parliament was strengthened again, so that the core control of the empire wouldn't be lost, and it was more likely to win in foreign wars. In the past few decades, the Supreme Council of the Arcane Kingdom had more than a dozen masters of the heavenly way. They gathered together so that the Arcane Kingdom, the Arcane Continent, and the Arcane Network developed rapidly. Many new arcana spells had been developed, and the arcana spells had shifted from combat to service-oriented. Low-level arcana masters would first learn service-oriented and life-oriented arcana spells, rather than fighting right from the start. Fireballs and lightning danced everywhere. At that time, Gu Chansha firmly grasped the core of the empire, the Supreme Council of the Senate. The power of all the senators was moving in the direction that Gu Chansha wanted. In this way, while the Arcane Network was developing, it was gradually infiltrated by Gu Chansha. Gu Chansha wanted to expand the Arcana Network and turn it into a trap. He wanted to trap and kill Mr. Everlasting and the others. Mr. Everlasting had the same idea. However, in the past few decades, Mr. Nunn and the others seemed to have completely retreated. But Gu Chansha knew that these people were just lurking and carrying out big moves. But these big moves were under the eyes of Gu Chansha. In the beginning, Mr. Nunn seemed to want to encourage the nobles to rebel, to use the way of devouring to transform the entire Arcane Kingdom. But then he failed. But that wasn't the key. The most important thing was the native who obtained the nothingness gourd, Mehali. That man was still an arcanist, but his level wasn't high, and he had always kept a low profile. However, Gu Chansha had been keeping an eye on this person at all times, and he had even split off his clone, Nader, to become an incredibly powerful arcana master, attracting Mehali's attention. Mehali seemed to have inherited F.A. Wuxian's sinister and vicious personality, but he was more reserved and didn't devour anything. Of course, when F.A. Wuxian devoured everything, it was to quickly ascend to the supreme immortal realm. Now that Mehali had obtained the gourd, he already had the supreme immortal realm foundation. As long as he gradually released the enormous power in his body and suppressed the instincts of F.A. Wuxian inside the gourd, he would be able to obtain the ultimate power of the supreme immortal realm. But how could Gu Chansha let them have their way? His clone, Nader, was constantly showing off his presence, causing Mehali's heart to burn with rage. The will of F.A. Wuxian inside the gourd was nourished by his hatred and couldn't be destroyed no matter what. As a result, Mehali couldn't obtain all of the supreme immortal realm power inside the gourd. Gu Chansha's idea was also very unique. He wanted to rescue Mehali at the most critical moment when Mehali was about to be eroded by the brand of F.A. Wuxian. He wanted Mehali to understand the principles of his new world and understand that only the power of the new world could save everything in the old world. That way, he would be able to achieve a complete victory and reform Mehali, causing Mr. Nunn and the others to fail. He could also strengthen the power of the Arcane Kingdom and seal Mr. Nunn and the others, causing them to die without a burial ground. Mr. Nunn has also discovered Mehali, but he's still observing from the shadows and hasn't made a move yet. Gu Chansha had already noticed Mr. Nunn and the others. However, he didn't act rashly. Mr. Nunn didn't notice him. Although they were both in the supreme immortal realm, Gu Chansha, who had established the 10th level of the immortal realm, had actually far surpassed Mr. Nunn in terms of the structure of the realm. To be honest, if Gu Chansha was willing to destroy the human world, countless universes, or even new worlds, he could completely annihilate Mr. Wu Wu and the others to the point where not even a trace of them would be left. That was what Mr. Nunn was worried about. Right now, they did not have the power to completely compete with Gu Chansha. They could only take advantage of Gu Chansha's mentality of not attacking the rat for fear of harming the rat. Like a rat in a sewer, they did some shady things to strengthen themselves. At this time, Gu Chinch's real body had turned into an ordinary arcanist. He was carrying out public welfare activities with a group of young arcanists who had just become arcanists. In the past few decades, under the rules of the Arcane Guild, all young arcanists who had just become arcanists had to carry out public welfare activities for 3 months. For example, they had to use arcane spells to clean the streets, repair damaged houses, cure diseases for civilians for free, and at the same time, reclaim wasteland and plant trees. This was used to nurture the arcanist's love for the world. The Arcane Guild had always nurtured a belief, and that was that arcanists were the protectors of the world. They had to protect every blade of grass and every tree in the world. Destroying the world was a disgrace, and protecting the creation of the world was a glory. This was very close to the idea of the New World. Cleanse. Hundreds of young, low-level arcanists worked together to activate the cleanse. In an instant, a filthy city ditch overflowed with dirty water. The stench was overwhelming, and there were mosquitoes and stolen goods everywhere. However, as soon as the cleanse was activated, a ray of arcane light splashed over, and the entire ditch turned into flowing water. The filth was completely gone, and even the mud at the bottom of the ditch had disappeared. This was the power of arcane spells. In the past, when the Great Yong Dynasty was still in power, many cultivators had done public welfare activities in the Divine Central Continent. They repaired bridges and roads, cleaned ditches, and removed silt from rivers. They used their innate energy or arcane energy to dig out the silt in the river, and then poured clean water into it. Only then could the river become clean. The process was very complicated. But now, as soon as the arcane cleanse was used, the river immediately became clean. This was something that Tao techniques and the immortal path could not compare to. Gu Chansha could already see that the moment the cleanse was activated, the arcane power contained all sorts of disintegration, purification, and expulsion powers. These powers instantly disintegrated the mud in the river, completely removing the filth. The original cleanse was not so powerful, but in recent decades, under Gu Chinch's secret guidance, various low-level arcane spells had begun to be perfected, making many simple arcane spells more complex, more powerful, and more beneficial to the world. Let's clean this village as well, getting rid of germs, mosquitoes, and rats. There was a village not far away, and the arcanists looked at it and joined forces to activate another arcane spell, the sterilization spell. This arcane spell was activated. All the flies, mosquitoes, rats, and even many harmful parasites and germs were sucked into an arcane sphere, completely destroyed, disintegrated, and turned into nothingness. Even some of the sick people in the village immediately recovered. This was because the germs in their bodies had also been extracted by the arcane sphere. Not bad, not bad. The power of the arcane spells is being displayed quite well, especially at the grassroots level. These arcanists are all doing public service, and their influence on the hearts of the people is immeasurable. Gu Chansha nodded to himself. In the village, there was a family with a sick woman lying on the bed. A child was nervously guarding his mother by her side, tears constantly flowing down his face. But after a flash of the arcane spell, the woman's illness was instantly cured. Mom, the arcanists have come to clean the entire village, and your illness has been cured. The arcanists are not high and mighty lords, but are saviors and protectors. When I grow up, I want to become an arcanist as well and serve the village, the child loudly vowed. It was this vow that seemed to open up a tiny crack in the depths of his heart. The power of his spirit began to sprout and was about to burst forth. Gu Chansha naturally felt that. He smiled. That was the effect he wanted. In the past few decades, through the subtle influence of the Arcane Guild that he controlled, some ideas and concepts have been deeply rooted in the hearts of all the people in the Arcane Kingdom. Whether it was a civilian or a slave, they all knew that they must awaken the power of their spirit and then serve the world. That was the right way, that was a great feeling, and that was the only way to reach the highest realm of cultivation. that had begun to connect with some of the ideas of the New World. It's almost time. Gu Chensha looked at the boiling network of the arcane kingdom. The network seemed to have expanded its influence to the entire giant universe. If such ideas continue to spread, the arcane network will be more and more connected to the New World. As long as that key point is passed, the power of the New World can flow into the arcane network, so that the arcane network and the New World will be integrated into one. At that time, Mr. Wu Wu, I'll see how you escape. In the face of my comprehensive layout, I don't think you'll be indifferent. Let me see. What means do you have to break my overt plot? The network of the arcane kingdom is getting stronger and stronger. Even when I've reached the realm of my peak, I'm no match for it at all. In another corner of the arcane kingdom, Long Shantian looked at the ubiquitous arcane network that permeated all the depths of time and space. His face was very gloomy. In the past few decades, he had painstakingly managed in the arcane kingdom, but it was still of no use. Under the overwhelming trend, his management was shrinking and becoming more and more useless. In the end, he had to give up his management and wait for Mr. Wu Wu's layout. Now, he finally knew that even if he didn't use his power, he wasn't Gu Chencha's match at all. Under Gu Chencha's all-pervasive manipulation of people's hearts, no matter which world he was in, he would be utterly defeated. Chapter 1056. Desperate counterattack. Long Shantian was at his wit's end. He came to consult Mr. Nun. At that moment, Mr. Nun was in the void. He wasn't in the arcane kingdom. He seemed to be hesitating and afraid of something. Mr. Nun, now the arcane network of the arcane kingdom is leaning towards Gu Chensha. We seem to be at a disadvantage. We haven't done anything for the past few decades. What should we do? Long Shantian was very uncomfortable. He felt that Mr. Nun was at his wit's end. I have to admit that Gu Chensha first roped in the elders of the arcane kingdom and helped them improve their strength. It was a good idea to start from the top. Then he enriched the arcane kingdom, formulated a series of policies, stabilized the hearts of the people, eliminated hidden dangers, and made everyone in the arcane world accept this idea. The development is getting better and better. It's really amazing. Mr. Nun took a deep look at Long Shantian. Why? Have you lost confidence? That's not it. I must kill Gu Chensha. I'll never be able to wash away the humiliation he gave me. Long Shantian gritted his teeth. But if Gu Chensha can control the top of the arcane senate, so can you. Why didn't you do it? Instead, you cultivated the noble Teddy family? The patriarch of the Teddy family, Teddy Shikun, was really useless. He rebelled with the nobles 10 years ago. As a result, his family was exterminated and all the power we laid out disappeared. That's what you see on the surface. Mr. Nun said, the reason why I didn't control the arcane senate was because of a deeper reason. Those arcane elders themselves are the first heirs of the arcane network. They've awakened the power of their hearts, which means that they've mastered the Dragonless Heart Sutra. If I control them, it doesn't have anything to do with my overall situation. I want to change the system of the arcane network and make it part of the old world. Everyone depends on devouring, and the arcanists are treated as livestock. I want to turn the arcane kingdom into a system where the old world is superior and the new world is the slave. That's how I'll be the most powerful, and the arcane network will be mine. Do you know that? I see. That's your plan? Long Shantian completely understood. In Long Shantian's heart, a picture was drawn. In the arcane kingdom, the nobles were high and mighty. Every noble kept arcanists as slaves. They made the arcanists do all kinds of things, such as cleaning, sanitation, manufacturing, and production. Some nobles tied up the arcanists, skinned them, barbecued them, and ate them. All the enslaved arcanists were resigned to their fate. They thought that they were evil and sinful since they had awakened their soul power. They had to suffer and become slaves. What Mr. Everlasting wanted to create was this atmosphere and the structure of the world. He made a breakthrough in the arcane empire and subverted everyone's understanding. He let the entire multiverse and all the creatures in the human world know that once the power of the soul was awakened, it was the beginning of sin. They had to bear pain and torture. They were the most inferior existence, and the abandoned child of the world. If this ideology and worldview were to be spread, it could completely topple Guchincha's rule over the New World, allowing Mr. No-No's power to be maximized. At the same time, Mr. Wu-Wu's trap could also trap Guchincha. But now all of this was in vain. Now the consciousness of the entire universe is that once the power of the soul is awakened, it's the supreme glory. Everyone wants to awaken it. In this way, the consciousness of the multiverse is actually towards a new world, not towards us. Our power is weakening. To be precise, the power of the old world is weakening. If we don't resist, we'll be peeled off step by step and completely lose the ability to resist. At this time, Long Shantian also looked at the multiverse. The idea of a new world seemed to be spreading like a plague. During the spread, there were countless people changing their ideas every moment. However, in the multiverse of a human world, although the idea was subtle, it was far less clear than the idea of the arcane kingdom. In the arcane kingdom, the status of the arcanist was supreme, with glory and respect. Countless ordinary people wanted to awaken the power of the soul and become arcanists. In other universes, there was no such solid rule and trend. Finally, Long Shantian understood why Gu Chansha had painstakingly built the arcane kingdom. It was to set a benchmark for the multiverse. As the arcane kingdom became more and more powerful, all the universes would reflect on why, so they would learn the idea and advancement of the arcane kingdom. Once there was a trend of learning the arcane kingdom in the multiverse, the power of the new world would be incomparably enhanced, and the imprint of the old world would gradually fade away. That made Mr. No-No extremely dangerous. There's room for redemption in this matter, and Gu Chansha is digging a hole to bury himself. Mr. No-No said, "The counterattack of the old world isn't so easy to eliminate. The Teddy family that I supported was destroyed, but it was the brewing of a spark. My goal was never Teddy Sha Cohen, but his grandson, Teddy Lin Yu. The Teddy family was destroyed, but there were still many people who weren't killed. They were reduced to slaves. Teddy Lin Yu was one of them. He had hatred for the extermination of the arcane kingdom. His parents died in the hands of the elders of the arcane kingdom. That hatred made him want to overthrow the arcane kingdom, and under my arrangement, the imprint of the will of the old world was gathered on him. You know, the original formation of the arcane kingdom had the shadow of the old world in it. The arcanists themselves also contained the things of the old world. The entire arcane continent, the arcane network, is a combination of the new and the old. The imprint of the old world and the arcane network, after my brewing and arrangement, was all concentrated on Teddy Lin Yu. His achievements are very great. He can subvert the arcane kingdom and rule it. He's the future emperor of the arcane kingdom. You know, darkness and darkness are one. Now Gu Chansha is getting stronger and stronger in the arcane kingdom, but in fact, he's also secretly increasing the power of the old world. I feel that in this arcane world, the original will of the arcane network, in fact, also favors Teddy Lin Yu, because the arcane network also knows that Gu Chansha is slowly transforming him, trying to get closer to the new world, but the arcane network itself is independent. He needs to develop independently. He doesn't need others to tell him what to do. Even this kind of telling him what to do is good for him. Long Shantian understood. It seems that you're also likely to break through the realm. Mr. Nun glanced at Long Shantian. You're right. The arcane network is very independent. Sooner or later, it's going to break with Guchin Sha. A universe, a world, they're all independent. I feel that now the arcane network has begun to break. Look at the slave Teddy Lin Yu. His strength is rising steadily, and his cultivation method is extremely unique. He not only devours the origin of the world, but also uses his own spiritual power to create an illusion. That is to say, his own cultivation is also a combination of the old world and the new world. As Mr. Nun spoke, he waved his hand, and suddenly an image appeared. In this scene, in the depths of a mine, there were many slaves mining. These slaves were all in tattered clothes, and they were constantly being whipped by the construction workers as they mined. Among them was a teenager, about 17 or 18 years old. He had a determined face. He He followed the other slaves to get their meals after they finished their work. The meals were also very simple. They were just black and smelly steam buns. Originally, the environment of the Arcane Kingdom was very good. Even in the prison, the conditions were not bad, but these were the lowest slaves. They had committed very serious crimes. There was a punishment for them. The Arcane Kingdom, those high and mighty arcanists. You killed my parents, destroyed my family. I, Teddy Linyu, swear that in my lifetime, I will definitely destroy you. A surge of power surged in the teenager's body. There were two forces in the teenager's body. One came from his own spiritual power. The other came from the depths of the void of the outside universe, the power of the infinite dimensions. In the past, Heavenly Talisman Emperor Gu Taxian's great God Slayer skill could endlessly absorb the infinite power of the various dimensions of the universe. But now, the teenager's cultivation method was more magical than the great God Slayer skill. It could absorb almost anything, and the power he absorbed combined with his own spiritual power, it became a kind of almost omnipotent divine power. I'm Teddy Linyu. I will definitely destroy these arcanists. I will make all the arcanists my slaves. Teddy Linyu secretly vowed, and I know that behind these arcanists, there is a giant supporting them. That giant is the Lord of the New World, Gu Qinsha. I won't let you go. No matter how powerful you are, I will make you kneel in front of me. Teddy Linyu was slowly lurking, preparing a plan. At this time, a dark shadow was also secretly observing Teddy Linyu. This is the future son of the world. The dark shadow was Mehali, who had obtained the gourd of Fa Wuxian. At this time, Mehali was wearing an arcane robe that still had thousands of stars, but his actual power had exceeded hundreds of thousands of stars, even reaching more than 1,000,000. If it was the power of arcane magic, he was worthy of being the first in the entire Arcane Kingdom. None of the elders were his match, but he didn't show it. He was still hidden in the entire arcane magic system, as a tumor slowly developing. Teddy Linyu's destiny is to be the son of the world. If there's no accident, he will be the one to unify the entire Arcane Kingdom in the future. He's the entire world's arcane network, that is, the gathering of the destiny of the heavens. But this gathering is very secretive. If I hadn't obtained the gourd of Fa Wuxian, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to completely destroy the brand of Fa Wuxian and successfully advance to the immortal realm. Mehali was planning. Chapter 1057. Teddy Linyu. After decades of operation by Gu Qinsha, the Arcane Kingdom had become one of the most powerful universes in the multiverse. Although it wasn't as good as the New World, it had formed its own unique style. What was more, the rules of the universe were a combination of the New World and the Old World, and it had been recognized by the New World and the Old World at the same time. It could be seen that the Son of Destiny, the Son of the World, and the Son of Heaven were likely to comprehend the 9th level of immortality in the Arcane Kingdom. And if he could devour the Son of Destiny, it was very likely that he could comprehend the realm of immortality. So, Mehali targeted Teddy Linyu. Teddy Linyu's current cultivation was actually extremely profound, but he was still willing to be a slave. In fact, he wanted to carry out a revolution. He wanted to lead the world's most humble and lowest slaves to rebel, so as to set off the rule of the Arcanists and change the world. What he wanted to do was still the same as before, to trample the Arcanists under his feet and treat them like pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. However, in the beginning, his family chose the aristocratic class. In fact, in the entire Arcane Kingdom, the largest class and the largest number of people were slaves. Then there were the civilians. The poor included farmers, businessmen, students, workers, and so on. Then there were the aristocrats. Finally, there were the Arcanists. The number of people in the Arcane Kingdom was like a pyramid. The number of Arcanists was the smallest, and the population of slaves was the largest. Some of these slaves were aristocrats and civilians in the country who had committed crimes, were degraded, and became slaves, but more of them were hostile humans from many other universes. The Arcane Kingdom had gradually ruled the giant universe over the years, and it was still expanding, invading other universes and capturing a vast number of creatures. Most of these hostile humans were strong, although all their powers were abolished by arcane magic, and they became ordinary people. Their experience and realms were still there. These experiences and realms, as long as they were given a source of power, they could restore their strength. Moreover, these people hated the arcane kingdom very much and longed for a chance to turn things around. It was easy to have a kind of cohesion and hatred as a guide. In fact, Teddy Lin had also made some lessons for his family's failure in rebellion. The nobles lived like princes, and no one had any thoughts of rebelling. Instead, they were afraid of the wolves in front of them and the tigers behind them. There were even some who wanted to protect their own wealth and wealth. They were like a plate of loose sand, which led to the failure of the rebellion. On the other hand, slaves were different. They had nothing to begin with, and there was no hope in their lives. They suffered day and night and struggled on the line between life and death. Every single one of them had the courage to fight to the death. Moreover, the entire slave class had a large population. As long as he could give them power, they could immediately arm themselves and start an uprising. In fact, throughout the Arcane Kingdom, among the huge slave class, revolts had never been interrupted. Every moment, there were slaves revolting. Unfortunately, the difference in power between them and the Arcana class was too great, so they had to die and fail. However, Linya grasped some power. He had even comprehended a supreme technique that allowed him to quickly create things from the void. It seemed that he had received some kind of support from the Arcane Network. So, as long as there was a chance, it was possible for him to quickly give power to countless slaves and arm them. Now he had to improve his own strength and wait for the opportunity. He felt that this huge arcane kingdom wouldn't be smooth sailing. There would definitely be a huge catastrophe. At that time, it would be the best starting point for his opportunity. My current strength is about the Heavenly Master Realm. Of course, I can call the wind and summon the rain in the Arcane Kingdom and become an overlord. But if the Arcane Council finds out, they can directly suppress me. Not to mention the supergiant behind the Arcane Council, Gu Chunsha, the Lord of the New World. If I'm not wrong, this supergiant is in the Immortal Realm. That's the realm I'm pursuing now. If I reach that realm, I can completely take revenge, rule the entire Arcane Kingdom, and shape the world according to my ideas. Teddy Lin, you gained a lot of knowledge from the Arcane Network. In the Heavenly Master Realm, the Arcana level had already reached thousands. An Arcanist of this level was also a big shot in the Arcane Guild. The previous realms corresponded to the current Arcana level. The realms below the Heavenly Master Realm were hundreds of Arcana levels. As long as one became a Heavenly Master, it would break through thousands. The previous realms were the 36 changes of Tao Realm, then the Heavenly Master Realm, then the Heavenly Master Realm, then the Heavenly Master Realm. Beyond the 36 changes of Tao Realm, the Heavenly Master Realm, it was extremely difficult in the previous cultivation system. Similarly, in the Arcane Kingdom, for a large number of Arcanists, it was the same to break through thousands of Arcana levels. Of course, now Teddy Lin Yu's strength had reached the Heavenly Master Realm. But for the huge Arcane Kingdom, it wasn't worth mentioning. But now he felt that his strength was growing all the time. All kinds of bottlenecks simply didn't exist for him. He believed that he would soon be able to cultivate to the Heavenly Master Realm. However, even if he cultivated to the Heavenly Master Realm, in fact, it would be in vain. In the Senate, there were many masters in the Heavenly Master Realm. So, he had to cultivate to the Immortal Realm. Once upon a time, there was an invincible Lord Devourer called F.A. Wuxian. He devoured countless universes and finally cultivated to the Immortal Realm. But under the siege of countless universes, he finally fell and became a precious gourd. It became a precious gourd, and, according to the legend, the precious gourd fell into our Arcane Kingdom. Whoever can find the precious gourd will be able to reach the Immortal Realm. It seems that my only chance is to find the gourd of the Immortal Realm. Teddy Lin Yu thought. At this time, the slaves had finished their day's work and entered the prison to live. The prison was cold and damp. It was very uncomfortable, but this was the island of the slaves. Teddy Lin you had cultivated to the current realm. He actually didn't care. The floor was full of slaves. All of them were snoring. They were tired all day. The slaves had no entertainment at all. They just slept. At this time, suddenly the whole prison became incomparably quiet. The space was completely stripped away. Teddy Lin you stood up. He knew that something bad had happened. There was a master who had stripped away the space here. It was the arcane division of the world. Who is it? Teddy Lin you asked. It's me. Mehali appeared in front of Teddy Lin you. His gloomy face and distorted eyes looked very much like Fa Wuxian. Arcanist, the existence of the way of heaven. Teddy Lin you was surprised. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Although Mehali wanted to devour Teddy Lin you now, he knew that it wasn't the right time. Although Teddy Lin you was now the son of heaven, he wasn't mature yet. If he rashly devoured him, he wouldn't gain much. The way of heaven would give birth to another one. Only by waiting for the son of the heavenly Tao to fully mature, when a heavenly Tao had invested so much in him that it couldn't be abandoned, would Mehali be able to completely suppress the mark of Fa Wuxian in his body, allowing himself to reach the most powerful realm. Who are you? There's no one like you in the Senate, Teddy Lin you said. You don't need to know who I am, Mehali said. You just need to know that I'm here to help you. I can help you quickly advance to the way of heaven and launch a war of revenge. I don't like the Arcane Council, the Senate, or even the New World Lord Gu Chansha behind the scenes of the Arcane Kingdom. In fact, although the Arcane Kingdom is powerful, it's actually someone else's little brother. It's the vassal of the New World. The instinct of our Arcane Kingdom is suppressed by Gu Chansha, and we're gradually transforming and refining it. The origin of our arcane world is independent. We can't tolerate such behavior, so we have to unite and fight for the origin of the world. Oh, you actually have the same idea? Teddy Lin you was puzzled. In fact, every time he cultivated, he had the same idea in his heart. It was actually a hint of the entire arcane network. Yes, I have the same idea. This is the call of the arcane network to us. It wants us to resist and protect the origin of the world, the independence and freedom of the world. In fact, Mehali didn't have that idea at all, but with his realm, he had already seen the essence of some things. He could completely guess the feeling of Teddy Lin you, the son of heaven. With that sentence, he could immediately resonate with Teddy Lin you. The way of heaven chose me. It also chose you. We're all chosen by the origin of the world, so we have to join forces. Mehali said again, now I'll help you cross multiple realms and directly reach the way of heaven. As he spoke, Mehali suddenly rotated, and suddenly in his body, a gourd-like power poured into Teddy Lin yu's body. Immediately, Teddy Lin yu's realm rose steadily, and it actually reached the way of heaven before it stopped. Your strength has actually reached such a realm. Teddy Lin yu felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. With your strength, you can actually elevate people to the realm of heaven path at will. Even the first arcane elder of the Arcane Kingdom, Joseph, is far from being your opponent. Chapter 1058. Together good. Mr. Wu looked at everything, even Mehali's body. When he saw Teddy Lin yu and Mehali working together, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The plan worked. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wuxin, Mr. Wu Wei, and Mr. Wuxiang had all gathered. Gentlemen, what's the plan? How did it work? Long Xiangtian was still confused. It's actually very simple. Mr. Wu explained to Long Xiangtian. Now, after Mehali and Teddy Lin yu come into contact, they'll obtain each other's secrets and find a way to devour each other. Once they devour each other, they'll obtain the true invincible realm. But all of this is still under the control of the arcane world's origin. The arcane world's origin will eventually harvest both of them and turn them into true invincible world beings. Moreover, the arcane world's origin has the intention of rebelling against Gu Qinsha. With my guidance, it'll be able to deal the most fatal blow to Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha is constantly strengthening the arcane network and the Arcane Kingdom. He's trying to make this network into a big net, trap me in it, and finally kill me. Unfortunately, he's cultivated an ungrateful person. The arcane network has become his enemy, especially now that Mehali and Teddy Lin you hate Gu Chansha to the core. Even if they don't integrate into the arcane network, they can join forces with the arcane network to suppress Gu Chansha. In this way, Gu Chansha is digging his own grave by killing me in order to create the arcane network. If I don't do anything now, I can make him fall into trouble and eventually die. Isn't that great? But, Long Xiangtian said, Gu Chansha has always been in control of the overall situation. For so many years, he's never suffered a loss. Countless people have been defeated by him. He's almost invincible. There's no way he can't see such an obvious movement. Although I don't know what he's doing, digging his own grave is often his own trap. I've also considered this matter. Mr. Invincible was listening to Long Xiangtian's suggestion. Actually, it's very possible that Gu Chansha is playing along, but I still can't figure out how he's going to do that. That's the scary part. Of course, even if the Arcana Network reaches the Undying Realm and becomes my trap to trap Gu Chansha, I won't be able to seal or kill him. He's too strong. Here's the situation. If Gu Chansha doesn't care about the price, he can kill us. But even if we don't care about the price, we can't kill him. If Gu Chansha was willing to give up this multidimensional universe and a new world, he could kill us. However, he can't. This is my chance of survival. Then how can we kill Gu Chansha? Hearing this, Long Xiangtian was in despair. He didn't know how he could kill Gu Chansha. Mr. Invincible was the most terrifying thing in the multidimensional universe. If he didn't have a way to kill Gu Chansha, then who could kill Gu Chansha? Gu Chansha can kill Gu Chansha himself, Mr. Invincible said. The current Gu Chansha is invincible, but that doesn't mean that Gu Chansha will be invincible in the future. The world is developing. Look, a few decades ago, there weren't many Heavenly Dao Realm experts. But after Fa Wuxian was destroyed, Heavenly Dao Realm experts appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. As for how many there are now, I don't think you can calculate it. As time passes, there will be more Undying Realm experts. Right now, only Gu Chansha, the four of us, and the gourd that Fa Wuxian transformed into makes 6. But I feel that in the near future, there will be 60 or even 600 Undying Realm experts. Think about it. We 5 Undying Realm experts can't do anything to him. But what about 50? What about 500? If we all go against him, won't he be in a terrible situation? Maybe he'll even be sealed by us together. Plus, although he has created the 10th level of the Undying Realm, if one day someone surpasses him and reaches the Undying Realm before him, what will happen to him? Do you really think he's invincible? No matter how strong an existence is, invincible only belongs to a certain era. Right now, it's Gu Chansha's era. I admit that he's ruling this era, but the next era won't be his era. We can only protect our own lives and wait for the arrival of the next era. Or we can scheme and become the main characters of the next era. Long Xiangtian seemed to understand something. Right, I have another question. You're the products of the old world's Heavenly Dao and Gu Taxian's fusion. Logically speaking, the 4 of you were born first, and that terrifying thing still exists. How many misters will be born? Almost. Mr. Wuxiang said, Our Mr. Wu, Mr. Wuxin, Mr. Wu Wei, and Mr. Wuxiang are indeed the first batch to be born. In the future, more misters will be born. Of course, the ones who will be born in the future might not be misters, but rather streams of qi that will be obtained by some fated people. After those fated people obtain them, they will have the potential to become immortal, just like the choices of protagonists. In the end, they will fight each other and become the protagonists of the next era. I see. Does Gu Chansha know about this? Long Xiangtian asked again. He's clear about it, but he didn't stop it. In his heart, there's actually a sense of confidence. That is, he's the main character of this era. He'll still be the main character in the next era, and even in the era after that, in the eternal era, he'll still be the main character. Confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence is a bad thing. Mr. Wuxiang said, Then we'll wait for the arrival of the new era. Long Xiangtian said, But operating in the arcane kingdom, since we can't kill Gu Chansha and we can't seal Gu Chansha, what's the point of our operation? Although we can't kill Gu Chansha and we can't seal Gu Chansha, we can inflict serious damage on him so that he can't kill us anymore. In this way, we can remove the threat and win precious time. In addition, it's a major blow to Gu Chinch's destiny. It can weaken his destiny and let all the creatures under his oppression breathe a sigh of relief. In this way, that's the best era. And if he loses this time, we can get his immortal structure. In that way, we also have a chance to surpass Gu Chinsha. This war layout is the beginning of Gu Chinch's downhill road. Once he goes downhill, it'll be difficult for him to come back. Mr. Wuxiang was very accurate. It's easy to turn a small ship, but if the ship is too big, it's not easy to turn back. Indeed, not to mention a behemoth like Gu Chansha, even a huge empire, if it starts to go downhill, there's basically no possibility of it rising again. After all these years, Long Xiangtian was no longer the insufferably arrogant person who had obtained the variant origin source. Long Xiangtian, do you know why we look at you with new eyes? Mr. Wuxiang said, because you're also the recipient of the source of variation. In fact, you're our brother. But although your source of variation has been extracted, in fact, the birth of your soul itself is because of the source of variation. Long Xiangtian was indeed the recipient of the source of variation. Back then, the source of variation hadn't evolved and hadn't reached the undying realm. But at that time, once one obtained the source of variation, one would truly become a powerhouse. Long Xiangtian was like that, Gu Tianxia was like that, and so was Gu Daoxian. Even some of the current variant ancestor Lu Chansha and Taoist ancestor Hongling Sha had the source of variation in their bodies. Gu Daoxian's source of variation was originally 100 times stronger than Long Xiangtian's, but it was later injected into ancestor Zhang Yuren's body. Therefore, those who obtained the source of variation actually had the potential to reach the undying realm. If one were to ask who would have the chance to reach the undying realm in the future, it would undoubtedly be these people who obtained the source of variation. That means I also have the chance to reach the undying realm? Long Xiangtian was excited. Of course. Actually, right now, Gu Qinsha is too strong. He's making it extremely difficult for many people to advance. As long as his fate continues to decline, you'll all rise up immediately. Long Xiangtian, I asked you to contact everyone. How are you contacting those who obtained the source of variation? For example, Lu Chansha and Hongling Sha. Mr. Wu Wu said, tell them that as long as they suppress Gu Chinch's fate, they can use the source of variation to advance again and reach the undying realm. Let them come to me and manage the arcane kingdom. Once they successfully suppress Gu Chinch's fate, the benefits will be unimaginable. A new era is coming. I'll do that right away. Also, I'm afraid that Gu Huasha will also be a big obstacle. After all, he and Gu Chansha are brothers. Long Xiangtian said. He was trying to sow discord. Gu Huasha is the best trump card against Gu Chansha, but you still don't understand the key point. Mr. Wu Wu waved his hand. The most important thing right now is not to fight among yourselves. As long as you successfully suppress Gu Chinch's fate and injure him, you'll be able to take it easy in the future. I understand. Long Xiangtian disappeared. After Long Xiangtian disappeared, a person appeared in front of Mr. Wu Wu and the others. It was Gu Huasha the fourth, the Nihility ancestor. He looked at Long Xiangtian's disappearing figure and sneered. This Long Xiangtian is still useless. With such means, he wants to reach the undying realm? What a joke. Chapter 10:59. The wind and clouds surged. At this time, the fourth Gu Huasha was surrounded by a brilliant light. From the outside, he looked like a man of light. His face couldn't be seen at all, but his aura was countless times stronger than before. It seemed that he was about to break through at any time and step into a new realm. That was the undying realm. However, until now, the fourth Gu Huasha was still in the heavenly path realm. Of course, the heavenly path realm was also divided into different levels. For example, in the current multiverse of the human world, the bigger the universe, the stronger the heavenly path master born in it. The smaller the universe, the weaker the heavenly path master born. For example, now, the giant universe created by the Big Bang of Fa Wuxian was about to be unified by the arcane kingdom. The heavenly path masterborn in this empire would be very strong. Of course, the strongest were the heavenly path masters born in the new world. These heavenly path masters were all invincible, almost invincible. They weren't at the same level as the other heavenly path masters. But now, the fourth Gu Huasha seemed to be on an equal footing with the heavenly path masters born in the new world and even surpassed them. No one knew how he cultivated. In short, now he had the potential to advance to the undying realm. Even Mr. Wu couldn't underestimate the fourth Gu Huasha in front of him. That's strange. Although he swallowed the elixir that the Emperor of Heaven had transformed into, he would advance to the heavenly path realm, but he wouldn't be so fierce. Why is that? Mr. Wu didn't understand. In his calculations, the fourth Gu Huasha couldn't have achieved what he had now. I think our opportunity has come. This giant universe, the arcane kingdom, has great potential, and it's still in its infancy. After the arcane kingdom expands, even without Fa Wuxian's gourd, it has the opportunity to advance to the undying realm. I can say with certainty that if anyone wants to advance to the undying realm, they can only find the opportunity in the arcane kingdom, the fourth Gu Huasha said, but I still hope that Mr. Wu can give me this opportunity. Of course, you and your brother Gu Qinsha are like fire and water. Furthermore, we also have a connection. In fact, our birth is the birth of the union between Gu Qinsha and the old world's heavenly Tao. Mr. Wu said, so, you're one of us. Why don't you enter the arcane world and make all kinds of arrangements? I know, but I'm here today to tell you, I hope that you can give me the opportunity to advance to the undying realm. Also, I don't want the gourd that Fa Wuxian transformed into. The fourth Gu Huasha said, now, everyone thinks that the only chance to advance to the undying realm is to get the gourd of Fa Wuxian. But I think there's another chance, and that's the origin of the arcane kingdom. Whoever controls the origin and obtains the strongest foundation from it can advance to the undying realm. I believe that all of you know that. I can make a deal with you. Once I advance to the undying realm, I'll help you kill Gu Qinsha. What do you think? We'll allow it. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu Xn, Mr. Wu Wei, and Mr. Wu Xiang looked at each other and said, that's a deal. Without your consent, I can't get this opportunity. If we make a deal now, that opportunity is mine. The fourth Gu Huasha nodded, and with a slight movement, he disappeared without a trace. This person has changed. He doesn't seem to be in our control. Mr. Wu looked at the back of the fourth Gu Huasha as he left. Ever since he swallowed the elixir that the Emperor of Heaven transformed into, everything seems to be beyond our expectations. Why is that? Now that the way of heaven has changed, no one can say for sure, Mr. Wu Xn said, but should we give him the opportunity or not? Give it to him. I can see that deep down, he has already fallen out with Gu Qinsha, and only he can harm Gu Qinsha. However, even if he ascends to the peerless immortal realm, I'm afraid he isn't unkillable. If his sacrifice this time can seriously harm Gu Qinsha, I'm afraid it's a good thing, Mr. Wu Xiang said. Indeed, if Gu Huasha can ascend to the peerless immortal realm and sacrifice himself to perish together with Gu Qinsha, he will definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to Gu Qinsha. However, I'm afraid he won't be so obedient, Mr. Wu Xiang said. Whether he's obedient or not isn't up to him. We promised him the peerless immortal realm spot, but it's not that easy to get. Mr. Wu Xiang said he also promised to fight to the death with Gu Qinsha. At our level, anything we say is a foregone conclusion. If we don't carry it out, we'll be caught red-handed. In that case, let's let Gu Huasha know the truth of doing what he says, Mr. Wu Xian said with a smile. In another village of the arcane kingdom, Gu Qinsha was walking around, observing and looking at the style of the lowest society of the arcane kingdom. All of a sudden, he seemed to feel everything. Looking into the depths of the void, he nodded. The fourth, you've gone astray, but I blame you, and I'm still helping you. The Emperor Heaven elixir that you took was made by me. It's not the real Emperor Heaven elixir. It's the power of the new world. That's why your current realm has reached this level, but you can't understand all of this for the time being. When you do, you'll really understand. As he spoke, he withdrew his gaze. In the distance, there were several arcanists fighting. Far away from the village was a mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, there were many huge space-time tunnels. In the depths of the space-time tunnels, there were often monsters from other dimensions and other universes. These things would pose a great threat to the village and even nearby towns and cities, so there were arcanists stationed there to defend. But in the depths of the mountain, the huge space-time tunnel wriggled again. A murderous aura rolled out. The first thing that appeared was a black cloud. In the black cloud, there were many flying insects that were as long as a person. These flying insects had 6 wings, 8 claws, and hooks on their tails that could spray venom. It's the Zerg. Guqinsha knew at a glance which universe it was from. He created the human world and the multiverse. In those universes, countless races were born, such as heavenly venerables, heavenly longevity, heavenly origin, heavenly realm, and heavenly Tao experts emerged one after another. There were also many strange civilizations brewing. These ancient sands let nature take its course and didn't deliberately change anything. The Zerg were an extremely terrifying race in the multiverse. They were born in an extremely mysterious universe called the Mother Nest universe. In the depths of the Mother Nest universe, the race that was born had the innate ability to build huge warships that could travel through multiple dimensions. Their warships were made of flesh and blood, belonging to a genetic civilization. It was also a variant of the technological civilization. Of course, it was similar to the Immortal Path and Martial Path civilizations. The technological civilization created many machines that could eventually defy the heavens, while the Immortal Path and Martial Path civilizations cultivated themselves to defy the heavens and become immortal, doing whatever they wanted. However, the Zerg were the genetic technology of the technological civilization, coupled with the various body-building technologies of the Immortal Path and Martial Path civilizations. When the two were combined, they formed the strongest genes of the Zerg. All the Zerg had extremely powerful bodies, and some Zerg were even more powerful than the warships of the technological civilization. They had countless abilities. For example, the insectoids that were traversing the void right now actually had a huge battleship behind them. The main body of the battleship was also a giant insectoid. This giant insectoid was called the internuclear insectoid. The power of the internuclear insect could tear the void and carry countless Zerg to invade one plane after another. Deep in the genes of a race, there was the factor of invasion. The purpose of their birth was to plunder. They would invade one universe after another and plunder everything into their primitive universe, the Mother Nest universe. Now, the Arcane Kingdom had occupied many places in this giant universe. If nothing went wrong, after many years, decades, maybe even 100 years, they could completely occupy this giant universe. Such an aura had attracted the invasion of the Zerg. It was as if the smell of blood had attracted the Zerg. Just like when the Devil Clan invaded the Divine Central Continent. Guqinsha didn't care about these things, because he knew that the invasion of the Zerg had trained the abilities of all the Arcanists of the Arcane Kingdom. The Zerg was like the Devil Clan in the past. It gave the people of the Arcane Kingdom the possibility to practice their skills. Thunder Spear. In the face of the invasion of many Zerg, the Arcanists there didn't seem to panic. One by one, the Arcanists formed an army and suddenly broke out into a military formation to attack. First, tens of thousands of Arcanists simultaneously cast the arcane spell Thunder Spear. In their hands, a spear made of thunder and lightning appeared, and then they threw it out violently. Then, tens of thousands of Arcanists simultaneously cast another arcane spell, Acceleration. The acceleration was added to the thunder spear and made the spear even faster. Combination. At this time, tens of thousands of arcanists cast another arcane spell, combination, and all the thunder spears were combined together. Flash. Another 10,000 arcanists formed another camp, and, at the same time, they cast the same arcane spell on the thunder spear. Amplification, concussion, blast, binding, soul extraction. Countless arcanists formed an army formation, and in accordance with the most exquisite rules of combat, they cast the arcane spells on the thunder spear. In the blink of an eye, the power of the thunder spear reached its maximum. Boom! Chapter 1060. Eternal enslavement. The army of Arcana Masters had already reached a certain level of teamwork. When one army unleashed an offensive Arcana technique, many other armies would unleash supportive Arcana techniques, increasing the power of the offensive Arcana techniques to the highest level. That was an arcane combination. Now, there were hundreds of thousands of Arcanists stationed there, and they were dedicated to dealing with the devils, insects, and all kinds of invaders that came out of the space and time tunnel. After the Thunder Spear destroyed a large number of insects, the Arcanists who leaned back used the arcane spell of the tornado to collect the corpses of the insects and put them into crystal jars. The corpses of the insects were the best materials for making arcane items, and the genes of the insects had been analyzed by arcane spells. They could transform the human body, make the Arcanist's body stronger, have a longer lifespan, and be tougher in all aspects. The meaning of arcane spells was to constantly study the science and laws of the universe to strengthen the thickness of one's own civilization. Over the years, under the intentional or unintentional leadership of Gu Qinsha, the thickness of the civilization of the Arcane Kingdom had increased thousands of times, and the foundation was incredibly powerful. Of course, the heavenly axiom of the Arcane Kingdom, that was the Arcane Network itself, also had strange ideas. It hoped to break away from the control of Gu Qinsha and be independent. That was understandable, but it was a pity that all these actions were still in the hands of Gu Qinsha. Mehali, Teddy Linyu, Long Xiangtian, Gu Huasha, Mr. Wu Wu, and others were all under his control, and they didn't escape for a moment. He also knew that the Arcane Network needed freedom, but freedom must also be in line with the rules of the New World. If the Arcane Network was unwilling, then it had to be completely transformed. Gu Qinsha had come all the way here, and he would never be soft-hearted. His cultivation had reached the realm of invincibility, and his mind had reached the realm of being indestructible by anything. That was why he had been standing at the peak of the multiverse, leading the trend of the times. The battle here was still going on, and the attacks of the insects seemed to be endless. The insectoid race had one ability, and that was to constantly plunder the energy of planets, cosmos, and the void, injecting them into their battleships. From there, they used genetic technology to create all sorts of armies. There would never be a time when they would be exhausted. Therefore, many people in the cosmos would be helpless when encountering the insectoid race. From a certain point of view, the insect race was also a devouring race. It was very similar to F.A. Wuxian's devouring path. However, F.A. Wuxian's devouring path devoured everything and attempted to turn it into immortal energy. But after devouring, the insect race turned it into countless living beings. In a way, the Zerg's Tao of devouring represented the old world's worldview. In order for humans to survive, they had to devour plants, animals, spiritual energy, and treasures, thus giving birth to all kinds of humans. In order for the insect race to survive, they had to devour everything and turn into different kinds of insect race. In Gu Qinsha's opinion, there was no difference between the two. Rumble. The Arcanist army shot out lightning spears, killing a large number of Zergs. However, dragons began to appear among the Zergs. These dragons were covered with hard shells and indestructible scales. Even if the lightning spears hit them, they would only produce some sparks. These dragons didn't suffer any damage at all. They were the high-level soldiers of the insect race, called the Ankylosaurus. They could activate the power of space and spit out flames, ice, poisonous fog, and other kinds of attacks. The power of each ankylosaurus was equivalent to that of a god-level master. These ankylosaurus were equivalent to extremely high-level members of the insect race. Their appearance suddenly reversed the situation. Thousands of ankylosaurus formed a large formation. In the large formation, flames, ice, poisonous fog, and so on began to spread. Immediately, the Arcanist army began to collapse. A large number of low-level Arcanists began to die. The neat formation of the Arcanist army was broken up and there were no more teams. Suddenly, there was a melee. Countless insect race rushed out of the space-time tunnel and began to spread all over the ground. They began to create chaos in the Arcane Kingdom. Countless Arcanists began to fight bloody battles and destroy every invading insect race. All the Arcanist army retreat, gather, form a large formation, don't collapse. At that moment, some of the heroes among the Arcanists stood up. The turbulent sea shows the true nature of a hero. In the attack of the insect race, it would become more and more intense. But in this cruel battle, countless heroes would be born, and they might even be the son of the Heavenly Way. The son of the Heavenly Way was Teddy Linyu, but it wasn't unchangeable. The way of heaven wasn't constant, but it flowed like water. Now it was on Teddy Linyu, it might fall on someone else. Of course, the premise was that Teddy Linyu was courting death. Now it seemed that the possibility of Teddy Linyu courting death was very high, because he was together with Meheli. Meheli was also a giant who could pose a threat to the Arcane Network. If he was allowed to devour the son of the Heavenly Way, he would also devour the Arcane Network. The Arcane Network chose Teddy Linyu to go against him, but if Teddy Linyu posed a threat to the Arcane Network, he would immediately be abandoned. Gu Chunsha could secretly guide the Arcane Network to choose another son of the Heavenly Way, a son of the Heavenly Way who was in line with his own ideas. Of course, he had to deceive and deceive everyone. At this time, a young Arcanist entered Gu Chunsha's sight. This young Arcana master had black hair and yellow skin. He wore an Arcana technique robe, and there were hundreds of stars on it, close to 1,000. If you counted them in, then he was someone between the 30th and 36th transformations of the Tao realm. He was a god or a saint. At this time, he stood out in the Arcana army. Originally, the Arcana army consisted of low-level Arcanists, and this young man had appeared to only have a few dozen stars. But now that the army had collapsed, he could no longer hide his strength. Arcana technique, mind enslavement, never changing. At this time, he actually activated a brand new Arcana technique. A powerful wave of consciousness rippled outwards. These waves of consciousness linked together to form an extremely profound Arcana technique. This Arcana technique had never appeared before. It was the eternal consciousness enslavement technique. Any living creature that was affected by this eternal consciousness enslavement technique would unconditionally become a slave. There was originally a mind enslavement technique among the Arcana techniques, but it would take time and it consumed a lot of effort. As such, the number of slaves was limited. For example, in the past, Gu Chunsha used the heart-stealing talisman to enslave a barbarian race expert who was at the 7th transformation and became Yiming. However, this enslavement wasn't very reliable and it could betray at any moment. But now, the eternal mind enslavement technique basically wouldn't betray and it didn't consume one's own mind and blood. What was even more amazing was that the more living beings one enslaved, the stronger one would become. That was because the wisdom, success, and cultivation experiences of the enslaved living beings would all be injected into the master of the enslavement. Interesting, very interesting. This youth has actually managed to create an eternal spirit enslavement Arcana technique. This Arcana technique is incredibly profound and contains many of the secrets of a person's consciousness. When combined, it can produce unimaginable results. When the young Arcanist activated the eternal mind enslavement technique, his providence increased greatly. Even Heaven Path's providence was focused on him. That was because the appearance of the eternal mind enslavement technique could raise the arcane kingdom by many levels. It was an epic-making invention and creation. One by one, the evil Enchilodons were enslaved by the young Arcanist. They wandered around and surrounded the young Arcanist. The power of the young Arcanist was getting stronger and stronger. Above his head, an arcane cube appeared. That cube was the arcane module of the eternal mind enslavement technique. It was composed of countless arcane runes that operated on each other. It absorbed the wisdom and power of many evil Enchilodons and formed something similar to a system. Buzz, the network of the arcane kingdom shook, and a mysterious force was injected into the young Arcanist. That was the blessing of the Heaven Path. It was also the investment of the Heaven Path. The network of the arcane kingdom was the Heaven Path. At that moment, the network found an extremely valuable young man. This young man was better than Teddy Linyu, so the identity of the son of the Heaven Path was also assigned to this young man. It was like the Emperor found that many of his sons were excellent, so he wanted to choose the best one to inherit the throne. Originally, in the arcane world, there was only one son of the Heaven Path, Teddy Linyu, but now there was a change. Even Gu Chansha didn't expect that. What's going on? At that moment, Mehali, who was conspiring with Teddy Linyu, suddenly discovered something. That was, Teddy Linyu's fate energy had suddenly decreased significantly, and more than half of it had been divided. Even if there's a new son of the Heaven Path, it's impossible to divide so much fate energy. Let me see what's going on. Mehali was taken aback. He immediately operated the gourd in his body, and suddenly saw the scene on the battlefield. Amazing! This is the eternal mind enslavement. Even after Mehali saw all this, he couldn't stop praising. No wonder this eternal mind enslavement is epic-making for the development of arcane art. No wonder the attention of the arcane network is focused on this young Arcanist. In contrast, Teddy Linyu's contribution to the arcane network is far inferior. This young Arcanist could no longer be described as a genius or a saint. His invention of arcane art was tantamount to ushering the arcane kingdom into a new era. The arcane network began to abandon Teddy Linyu and gathered on this young Arcanist. It was natural. Chapter 1061. Enslaving the universe fate was so mysterious. Even if one was the son of Heaven's Path and was destined to be the protagonist, with the passage of time, one would lose his aura and eventually vanish into the crowd. Why? Why is my fate greatly reduced? At this time, Teddy Linyu also discovered the situation. It turned out that he was very close to the arcane network. Almost as soon as he thought about it, the entire arcane network would respond. It felt like the entire arcane kingdom belonged to him, and he could take whatever he wanted. But now, the authority had been greatly reduced, and the communication with the arcane network had become extremely obscure. It was like in a dynasty, the crown prince, who was originally favored by the emperor, suddenly fell out of favor one day, and the other princes were favored. In the court, the crown prince's words were somewhat ineffective. It was a very bad feeling. Teddy Linyu felt like he was going crazy. But then he felt Mehali's malice. Mehali is not a good person. I've long felt it. This person is the most despicable existence. He actually wants to fatten me up and then devour me so that he can advance to the immortal realm, the supreme immortal realm. In fact, after Teddy Linyu advanced to the heavenly path realm, his communication with the arcane network was extremely close. He understood many things one by one, but he was also feigning civility with Mehali. Mehali had the supreme immortal realm gourd that F.A. Wuxian had transformed into. Until now, it could be said to be the #1 treasure in the multiverse. Whoever obtained it could advance to the supreme immortal realm. Teddy Linyu also wanted it. Mehali, I think there's a bad side of things, but don't worry. After all, I'm the first son of Heaven's Path. Although my fate has been plundered, if I kill the person who share my fate with me, I can advance further. I need your help in this matter. At this time, Teddy Linyu said, That's right. Even if I consumed this Teddy Linyu, I wouldn't be able to get rid of F.A. Wuxian's sealing mark, nor would I be able to reach the invincible, deathless level. I might as well use him to make a big deal out of it. If I consumed that young Arcana Master, then the Teddy Lin you would be complete, and I would be able to reach the invincible, deathless level. Moreover, this person is now under my control, and he doesn't even know that he has accepted my power. The power of my gourd has already seeped into his body, and even the Arcane Network doesn't know. Using this opportunity, I can actually infiltrate the Arcane Network. Unfortunately, if this Teddy Lin you had always been the son of the Heavenly Tao, I could have used this opportunity to turn him into a puppet and seize the Arcane Network. This was like a powerful official controlling the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince ascended to the throne, the powerful official could steal the country and become a thief. If it weren't for that young Arcana Master appearing out of nowhere, Mehali might have succeeded. Unfortunately, the young Arcana Master's appearance had disrupted everyone's plans. Even Gu Chansha hadn't expected this. However, Gu Chansha was actually quite happy with this small mishap. After all, at his level, everything was under his control. It was actually quite boring. He needed something to escape his control and give him a pleasant surprise. This young Arcana Master had actually created the Eternal Soul Enslavement technique, greatly enriching the Arcana system and gaining the favor of the Arcane Network. With this kind of contribution, it was only natural that he would become the son of the Heavenly Tao. This young Arcana Master is called Lin Xiaofan. He was originally a slave from the Outerverse, but he was captured and brought here. Later on, he awakened the power of Arcana and became an Arcana Master. After making many contributions, he finally became an ordinary soldier of the Arcane Guild. However, he offended one of the giants of the Arcane Guild, the Thia family. As a result, he was greatly suppressed and even caused the deaths of a few of his girlfriends, family, and friends. In an instant, all of the information was transmitted into Gu Chencha's mind. From birth until now, all of the little things he had experienced and comprehended were not leaked to Gu Chencha. This young Arcana Master called Lin Xiaofan was indeed a one-in-a-billion genius. When it came to Arcana research, he often had sudden ideas and was able to fully display the essence of many Arcana techniques in the most minute of details. As such, his contributions to Arcana techniques were extremely huge. He was able to improve the entire Arcana system, allowing the Arcane Network to take a qualitative leap. This was why he had gained the favor of the Arcane Network. Eternal Spirit Enslavement. At this moment, the young Arcana Master Lin Xiaofan once again activated his self-created Eternal Spirit Enslavement technique, enslaving all of Hong's army of Ankylosaurus into his subordinates. Tens of thousands of Ankylosaurus swam around him, forming a large formation. Arcana technique, external transformation. The young Arcana Master Lin Xiaofan once again activated the secret of an unparalleled Arcana technique. Immediately, these Ankylosaurus took on the appearance of humans. They were Arcana Masters who were similar to him, but the power within their bodies was still the same. In fact, they had even gained some powerful skills. Arcana technique, apprentice inheritance. At this moment, another explosive Arcana technique exploded from his body. The Ankylosaurus that had taken on human form also began to use Arcana techniques. In other words, these Ankylosaurus had actually turned into Arcana Masters. This was simply inconceivable. In order for a person to awaken the power of the soul and become an Arcana Master, other than their own comprehension, basically no one else could help them. Even an Arcana Master at the Heavenly Tao realm could not do this. But now, the young Arcana Master Lin Xiaofan had activated the Arcana technique. The Ankylosaurus that had taken on human form had actually awakened their Arcana talents. That was no less than another earthquake. The Arcana technique, apprentice inheritance, was much more powerful than the Eternal Spirit Enslavement. One had to know that it was the most powerful divine skill that could intuitively awaken the power of the soul and obtain Arcana. If it was spread out, the Arcana Masters could accept disciples in the future and directly turn their disciples into Arcana Masters. Not to mention anything else, the Arcana Kingdom's population would explode in an instant. Of course, it would also cause a lot of social unrest and unrest. It would completely break the structure of the Arcana Kingdom. But overall, for the overall significance of the Arcana Kingdom, it was a truly epic-making and revolutionary progress. It seems that I've underestimated the young Arcana Master Lin Xiaofan. He's actually able to understand this Arcana. Gu Qinsha nodded again. He felt that the Arcana world and the Arcana Kingdom were about to change, and it was a drastic change. The Arcana network was boiling again, and there was no doubt that he would benefit the most from it. The great change of the Arcana Kingdom was what he needed. Those Ankylosaurus were god-level masters, and some of them were even in the Sage realm. But now, after these Ankylosaurus were enslaved by the Eternal Spirit enslavement, they were transformed in appearance, and they had undergone the Arcana Technique Apprentice Inheritance. In an instant, they had become Arcanists loyal to the young Arcana Master Lin Xiaofan. That was to say, in an instant, Lin Xiaofan had tens of thousands of Arcana Masters who had reached the God level and the Sage realm as his followers. The Eternal Spirit enslavement guaranteed their loyalty, and they wouldn't betray him even if they died. Moreover, there was the existence of the soul shackles between them, and they could communicate with each other. In an instant, they became a whole. Sure enough, Lin Xiaofan quickly formed an army, and they actually killed their way into the depths of the space-time tunnel and disappeared. He didn't stay in the Arcana Kingdom, because he knew that if he stayed in the Arcana Kingdom, he would probably cause a huge stir. Countless Arcana giants would come looking for him. At the same time, whether he could survive or not was a problem. Because the Arcana he created was too incredible, it could directly subvert the current structure of the Arcana Kingdom. For example, in the current Arcana Kingdom, those who awakened their Arcana talent were the upper class, the noble Arcanists. It was all based on their own understanding. No one could create it. Once it was created, there would be Arcanists everywhere, and they could be created by humans. That was a terrifying thing. It was like in an ordinary feudal dynasty. Someone had refined the elixir of immortality. If the elixir of immortality was obtained by the emperor, he could rule the world forever. How terrifying was that? So, Lin Xiaofan had to escape. When he grew stronger again, to the highest realm, to a level that no one could compare to, he would come back and promote his own ideas. Arcana, hide life and death. Arcana, vanish completely. Arcana, disappear from the heavens. In an instant, Lin Xiaofan once again activated 3 Arcana skills to hide his escape, and all traces disappeared. He didn't know which universe he had gone to. However, in the eyes of Gu Qinsha, he had nowhere to hide. After a while, Lin Xiaofan entered the depths of a desolate universe. The universe was very desolate, there was nothing, and there were dead planets everywhere. These planets were also on the verge of destruction. Some stars were dim, and they emitted light weakly. This dead universe is just right for me to hide in. In my Arcana, there's a power called resurrection. That is to use the power of my own soul to inject into the dead universe so that the universe will be revitalized. As long as I can save this dying universe, my cultivation will skyrocket. Lin Xiaofan looked at the huge dead universe as if he had picked up a treasure. Arcanists had 2 sides. On one side, they inherited the way of plundering and survival in the old world. On the other side, they inherited the creation technique of the new world. The way of cultivating in the old world was to constantly absorb energy from the outside world to strengthen oneself. As for the way of cultivating in the new world, it was to constantly release one's own soul force, and then create an entire external world, making the external world more abundant. The two were completely different. Now that Lin Xiaofan had escaped from the Arcana world and chosen a dead universe, it was the perfect place for him to cultivate. I can feel the desire of this dead universe for survival, Lin Xiaofan said. The remnant will of this universe is unwilling to die, and I can help it now. Maybe I can sign a contract with this universe. and it will be an eternal soul slavery contract. Chapter 1062. God's Favored, as expected of the God's Favored. Gu Chunsha followed the young Arcana Master Lin Xiaofan to this desolate universe. He didn't interfere. He just quietly observed all the changes that were happening. It had to be said that the young arcanist Lin Xiaofan had made the right choice. The universe here was desolate and was about to die. There were very few creatures, and no powerful beings would come here, because this universe had no value. However, for those who cultivated the dragonless cultivation method, this desolate universe was a treasure. It was the best place to train. If they could bring this desolate universe back to life, it would be much better than the old world devouring universe. The Arcanist had the quality of the dragonless cultivation method. Lin Xiaofan sat on a desolate planet and suddenly used his Arcana technique. Arcana technique, ecological balance. Arcana technique, vitality. Arcana technique, resurrection. Arcana technique, living variety. Arcana technique, world creation. At this time, Lin Xiaofan used his Arcana technique, all of which were creation Arcana techniques. The environment of this planet was very harsh. The weather was very hot during the day and cold at night. There were weathered rocks and deserts everywhere. There were basically no living things on the planet. Only some primitive bacteria could survive. At this time, as Lin Xiaofan used his Arcana technique, the climate of the planet immediately began to change. First, there was an ocean. Water circulated, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Plants grew, and after decomposing, they turned into soil. In just a few days, the planet turned into a green planet. Then, all kinds of animals and plants were born, and even humans appeared. The entire planet became a biosphere. After modifying the planet, Lin Xiaofan's power increased again. At this time, his mind began to communicate with the entire universe's heavenly path. This universe's heavenly path could collapse at any time. There was only a trace of it left. Although Lin Xiaofan's modification of the planet was insignificant, he injected some information into the universe's heavenly path. Now, he could start negotiating. Arcana technique, communicate everything. Lin Xiaofan used another Arcana technique. The Arcana technique flashed, and the desolate universe's heavenly path appeared. The heavenly path appeared as a stream of data, and it communicated with Lin Xiaofan's mind. Heavenly Tao, I helped you rise from the dead and filled your universe with life. You have to repay me and become my slave. How about it? Of course, you can resist, but that's not important. You're going to die anyway. If you're not willing, I'll leave this place and look for the next universe, Lin Xiaofan said. The data, formed by the heavenly axiom, fluctuated and struggled violently. But not long after, the data calmed down. Survival came first, and the heavenly Tao's data agreed. Then sign a contract with me. An arcane technique contract appeared in Lin Xiaofan, and he signed a real contract with the embodiment of heaven's will. This contract was the eternal soul enslavement contract. After signing the contract, Lin Xiaofan's strength shot up. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the arcana realm to become a celestial longevity, a celestial origin, and even a celestial. He was just a step away from stepping into the realm of the heavenly Tao. Then he began to unleash arcana techniques continuously. Arcana technique after arcana technique was unleashed. Countless energies began to evolve and brew with each other. One planet after another began to turn green and full of vitality. In this universe, billions of planets were infecting each other, and the speed at which they brewed was extremely fast. In a short period of time, the most powerful evolution had begun. The vitality of the universe became more and more abundant, causing the entire universe's heavenly Tao to become more and more powerful. However, the heavenly Tao had signed an enslavement contract with Lin Xiaofan when it was at its weakest. So, as the universe's heavenly Tao grew stronger, so did Lin Xiaofan's strength. His arcana techniques became more and more exquisite. The flow of time in this universe began to accelerate, and the universe's energy and vitality became more and more abundant. In the multiverse outside, roughly a month had passed, and in this desolate universe, billions of years had passed. The desolate universe, which had been on the verge of death, was now full of vitality. Countless planets revolved around each other, giving birth to many life forms, including humans and even civilizations. Under Lin Xiaofan's creation, a large number of humans in this universe had become arcana masters. This was because he had the ability to awaken an arcana apprentice. In other words, he had recreated this desolate universe into a brand new arcana technique universe. With the support of this universe, his strength became more and more tyrannical, and soon he reached the heavenly Tao realm. His strength had reached the level of 10 million arcana techniques, or even more. I've witnessed a miracle. Gu Qinsha had been observing and even helping Lin Xiaofan hide his aura. Otherwise, Lin Xiaofan wouldn't have been able to create this universe so smoothly. One had to know that in the multiverse, there were too many powerful people. The changes in this desolate universe would certainly attract the attention of countless powerful people. If something went wrong, Lin Xiaofan would be strangled in the cradle. Gu Qinsha naturally wanted to protect this kid. Gu Qinsha was the only one who could protect this kid. No one else could. I can return to the Arcane Kingdom now and take control of the power. Lin Xiaofan felt that the universe had stabilized and was still developing. He had created many arcana masters, and they had begun to transform the universe. The universe would produce a huge amount of power every moment and then be injected into his body. He felt that he could fight against the arcane guild of the Arcane Kingdom. Just as he moved, suddenly there was another person in front of him. It was Gu Qinsha. "Who are you?" Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. He felt that he was standing at the peak of the world. How can anyone break through his defense so easily? The Lord of the New World, Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha introduced himself. "I've been watching you for a long time. You've finally succeeded and reached the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. You've begun to advance into the immortal realm. Now you're back in the Arcane Kingdom. What do you want?" Your arcana creation, the arcana technique of mind enslavement, the lethality is too great. In a short period of time, you can make the Arcane Kingdom reach its peak, but then you'll fall into a situation where you're the only ruler. It doesn't seem to be the ideal result. I want to ask you, how do you coordinate this problem? The Lord of the New World, Gu Qinsha. Lin Xiaofan looked at Gu Qinsha doubtfully. He pondered for a moment and nodded. "I've heard some secret rumors. It's rumored that you're the real master of the arcane world. You've mastered the entire Arcane Guild. Now all the senior members of the Arcane Guild have reached the heavenly Tao realm because of your creation. Isn't that right?" "You can say that." Gu Qinsha nodded, "but I don't interfere with the development of the Arcane Kingdom itself. You came to me today because I'm going back to the Arcane Kingdom to overthrow your rule?" Lin Xiaofan was very vigilant, but he was eager to try, because his current strength had rapidly expanded and reached the strongest realm. He felt that he could fight with Gu Qinsha. "I asked you if you want to promote your ideas after returning to the Arcane Kingdom. Do you want to turn the Arcane Kingdom into your private kingdom and enslave all the people? Or do you want to carry out reforms so that talents like you emerge in the Arcane Kingdom? I'm certainly in control of the progress of the Arcane Kingdom, but I haven't interfered with the emergence of talents. If I had interfered, you wouldn't have appeared," Gu Qinsha said. "No one has the right to interfere with my ideas. Not even you. The Lord of the New World, Gu Qinsha. Rumor has it that you're the creator of the multiverse. Now, all the universes and all the creatures were created by you. You're the parent of all things, but I don't believe that. Now I'm telling you, I'm going to return to the Arcane Kingdom and carry out my reforms. My reforms are to keep trying. I'm going to enslave all the people, build the Arcane Kingdom into a whole, unify one universe after another, and make the Arcane Kingdom stand at the peak of the universe. All the universes are slaves of the Arcane Kingdom. Then, if the development reaches a bottleneck, I'll carry out reforms, I'll open up my authority and let 100 flowers bloom. At that time, I'll be detached from the world and can guide the development of all beings, including you, the Lord of the New World. The New World will also be conquered by my arcane kingdom. Lin Xiaofan's body suddenly emitted a strong breath. That breath could tear the universe and destroy all things. Arcane, the origin of all things. From Lin Xiaofan's body, the most profound meaning appeared. It suppressed and deprived Gu Chensha. Arcane, deprive everything. Arcane, return to the source. Arcane, reverse fate. In an instant, the highest level of arcane techniques rained down on Gu Chensha's body like a waterfall. In that instant, Lin Xiaofan used all the techniques he had, wanting to beat Gu Chensha back to his original form. Unfortunately, these arcane techniques completely disappeared when they reached Gu Chensha's body. Then, they turned into snowflakes that fell to the ground. It was a very beautiful scene. Arcane, kneel. Gu Chensha smiled slightly and also used an arcane technique. His arcane technique was very strange. It didn't have an arcane module. It was purely for speaking. But Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but kneel. What arcane technique is this? My arcane technique has already reached the peak. My current arcane technique can be said to be the peak of arcane techniques. No one could be stronger than my arcane technique. What arcane technique is this? Why? Lin Xiaofan, who was kneeling on the ground, felt extremely humiliated. But there was nothing he could do. He used all the arcane techniques he could, but they were all useless. Arcane technique, dog crawl. Gu Chensha smiled again. At that time, Lin Xiaofan kept crawling on the ground like a dog. He was extremely humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. However, Gu Chensha didn't humiliate Lin Xiaofan too much. When Lin Xiaofan was crawling like a dog, he disappeared. You could go back to the Arcane Kingdom, but take care. Chapter 1063. The Blessing of the World. I didn't expect Gu Chensha to be so tyrannical. His arcane skills, he said it casually, and I had no ability to resist at all. My understanding of arcane skills in front of him is just like a child facing a learned scholar, and the gap is even bigger. Is this the invincible realm? Even if I created a new arcane skill, I'm still no match for him? At this time, the young arcanist Lin Xiaofan no longer had any arrogance. He even dispelled the idea of immediately returning to the Arcane Kingdom to stir up trouble. He knew that with his current cultivation, it was impossible to defeat Gu Chensha. It was more like being played like a cat or a dog. Should I cultivate outside or enter the Arcane Kingdom? Lin Xiaofan was very conflicted. He thought for a moment. He suddenly firmed up his confidence. No matter how powerful Gu Chensha is, I have to enter the Arcane Kingdom to look for opportunities. Only by advancing to the invincible realm can I compete with Gu Chensha, and in the many universes outside, I don't have this opportunity. I've already felt that in the Arcane Kingdom, there are two opportunities to advance to the invincible realm. The first opportunity is to get the gourd that Fa Wuxian transformed into. The second opportunity is to advance the arcane network itself. Now the Arcane Kingdom has completely occupied the entire giant universe, and it's still expanding. The two kinds of esoteric skills collided and merged in the arcane network. At the moment when they were completely integrated, it was possible to achieve the invincible realm. I've already felt that the arcane network needs freedom. He's not willing to be controlled by Gu Chensha, so he chose the son of the Heavenly Tao. The original son of the Heavenly Tao is someone else. If I'm not mistaken, that son of the Heavenly Tao is called Teddy Lin Yu. Unfortunately, I've created subversive arcane skills, so I've been favored by the Heavenly Tao. Instead, I've become the son of the Heavenly Tao with more destiny than Teddy Lin Yu. Lin Xiaofan's strength had greatly improved. His divine thoughts and the arcane network blended, and he gained great authority. As a result, many secrets of the entire Arcane Kingdom were known to him. It could even be said that he was now the most authoritative person in the Arcane Kingdom. If it weren't for Gu Chinch's interference, he could return to the Arcane Kingdom now. In a few years, he could overthrow the rule of the Arcane Union and the Senate and become the Emperor of Arcane Art. He could control the giant universe, slowly manage it, understand the mystery, and finally reach the 9th level of the Immortal Realm, the Immortal Realm. But now that Gu Chansha was in charge, Lin Xiaofan had to change his plan. Riches come from danger. I must enter it. Once I reach the invincible, deathless level, I won't have to fear anyone. After deciding on a plan, Lin Xiaofan suddenly said, "Arcane technique, shrink the universe." Suddenly, the universe he created began to shrink and entered his arcane module. Then he moved his body and entered the Arcane Kingdom. It was still the world he was familiar with, but as soon as he entered the Arcane Kingdom, he released his universe. Universe, fuse. He activated another arcane spell, and immediately the universe he created was integrated into the giant universe of the Arcane Kingdom. In the giant universe, there was an extra continent. On this continent, there were many races and arcanists, and there were countless planets. The origin of the Arcane Network obtained the origin of the universe, and it was very happy. Once again, a lot of authority and fate fell on Lin Xiaofan. I made the right move. I'm managing the universe outside. No matter how well I do, it's far less than the fate I get in the giant universe of the Arcane Kingdom. The Arcane Kingdom and the Arcane Civilization will have a great future in the future. It's the combination of the new world and the old world. Lin Xiaofan said in his heart, "Only in this giant universe can I get promoted to the invincible, deathless realm." Gu Qinsha, you wait and see. You look down on me so much. It's hard to say who will be the protagonist of this era in the future. After integrating the universe he created into the Arcane universe, Lin Xiaofan's own cultivation had improved a lot again. His body flashed and disappeared. His purpose was very clear. Now he was going to find Teddy Linyu and Mehali and find a chance to devour them. That was the foundation of his promotion to the invincible, deathless realm. That's not enough. Gu Qinsha was also in the Arcane universe. He knew what Lin Xiaofan was thinking. That was what he needed. The reason why he didn't kill Lin Xiaofan was that Lin Xiaofan had made great contributions to the Arcane universe and the Arcane Network. He could once again upgrade the level of the Arcane Network and make his cage plan more complete. The essence of the Arcane Network was now a giant heavenly way, but it was still far from the invincible, deathless realm. If the essence of the universe was promoted to the invincible, deathless realm, it could perfectly trap Mr. Invincible and the others. After suppressing them, they couldn't cause any trouble. In the end, after he transformed all living beings in the multiverse, those people couldn't fight against the overall situation and could only accept the transformation of Gu Qinsha. At that time, the new world would completely eliminate the shadow of the old world and completely step into a new era. In Gu Qinsha's 10th level of immortality, the invincible, deathless realm would be completely completed. It's the same heavenly way realm, but the ability is like heaven and earth. I'll also divide the scale of the universe. The smallest universe at present can be called the micro-universe. Then there's the small universe, the medium-sized universe, the large universe, the mega-universe, the super-mega-universe, and the super-infinite universe. Gu Qinsha observed the multiverse, and according to the shape, he located the universe. Then he also located the people in the Heavenly Way realm according to the rules. The masters of the Heavenly Way realm born in the micro-universe were also the micro-masters of the Heavenly Way realm, and so on. Now in the entire multiverse, there were countless micro-universes. There were also many small and medium-sized universes, and there was no shortage of large universes and mega-universes. But there were only a few super-mega-universes. Looking at the entire multiverse, the Arcane Kingdom was one of the super-mega-universes, and there was also the Bug Clan's Mother Nest universe. In addition, there was also the Taiwu universe. In this universe, martial arts prevailed. Warriors could tear the heaven and earth, overturn rivers, and seas. It was another set of cultivation methods, completely different from the original Tao Realm 36 transformations. In addition, there was also the immemorial universe. This immemorial universe was very strange. It could accommodate everything. In this immemorial universe, there was a technological civilization, a magic civilization, a martial arts civilization, an immortal civilization, an arcane civilization, monsters, immortals, demons, and countless other races could be accommodated. The universe was incredibly large, and it was gradually expanding. In other words, in the multiverse, there were 4 super mega universes. They were the arcane universe, the Mother Nest universe, the Taiwu universe, and the immemorial universe. Of course, there was actually a new world, but the new world was no longer a super mega universe. According to the theoretical scale, the new world should be a super infinite universe. Because in theory, in the new world, there could be masters of the invincible deathless realm, and more than one of them. The speed of the new world's expansion was far faster than that of the 4 universes. Although I was the one who created the multiverse, the development that followed was something that even I did not expect. It's really interesting. Gu Chunsha looked at the multiverse as if he was looking at his own children. Although these children were somewhat disobedient, they were developing on their own. Some of the developments surprised him, but they were still his children. The martial saint has already gone to the Taiwu universe. He hopes to find an opportunity to reach the invincible deathless realm in this universe. The Taiwu universe was formed by itself, not by the martial saint. The martial saint had cultivated to the heavenly Tao realm in the new world, but he was unable to reach the 9th level of the invincible deathless realm. Therefore, he wanted to find his own opportunity in the Taiwu universe. The 4 universes each had their own unique characteristics. Among them, the arcane universe was the most promising, the Taiwu universe was the most ferocious, the Mother Nest universe was the most savage, and the immemorial universe was the most mysterious. Among the countless universes, the 4 universes expanded at an extremely fast speed. In a few years, they could devour many of the surrounding universes. As for the new world, it constantly created universes and spat out universes. It never devoured, only created. This was the difference between the new world and the other universes. The one who should reach the invincible deathless realm should be me. Just as Gu Chunsha was observing the multiverse, another person appeared in the arcane universe. This person wore an arcane robe with tens of millions of stars on it. It was the human ancestor, Zhang Ziren. He had converted his cultivation to the arcanist level. He knew that this was the place with the greatest opportunity. Chapter 1064. Many protagonists? Zhang Ziren does have a chance. Gu Chunsha also noticed that Zhang Ziren came to the Arcane Kingdom to look for opportunities. In fact, there were several super giant universes outside, such as the Taiwu universe, the Mother Nest universe, and the Immemorial universe. But the Arcane universe had the highest chance, and there were 2 opportunities to achieve the supreme immortal realm. As for Zhang Ziren, Gu Chunsha didn't want to kill him. In fact, it was reasonable for him to betray the Dragonless Cabinet. After all, he was born as the most important lord of the human realm under the Emperor Heaven, and he had his own ideas. What's more, even some of the existences he created would betray him. However, Zhang Ziren's son, Zhang Yirun, also has a chance to reach the supreme immortal realm. Zhang Yirun already had 100 times the power of Long Xiang Tian. I even sealed the terrible will and the ancient Tao immortal in his body. In this era full of opportunities, it's not impossible for him to reach the supreme immortal realm. It's just a matter of time. Who will reach the supreme immortal realm first? Gu Chunsha, as the mastermind behind the scenes, was constantly promoting the development of certain events. Zhang Ziren, Zhang Yirun, and even the 4th, they weren't hysterical characters like Fa Wuxian, so Gu Chunsha could tolerate them. Now, the most promising people to reach the supreme immortal realm are these people. Gu Chunsha moved his palm, and a huge fate map appeared in front of him. In this fate map, there were many stars flashing. Among them were Liu Baiwei, Zhuge Wenhong, Wu Sheng, Jin Sebo, and others, and then the fourth Guhua Sha, Zhang Ziren, Zhang Yirun, Hong Ling Sha, Lu Chan Sha, Dharma Saint, Long Xiang Tian, and others, of course, Titi Lin Yu, Mehali, Lin Xiaofan, and others. They also had a chance to reach the supreme immortal realm. At that point, another star rose up from the chart. It was none other than Zhao Jiangshan. Zhao Jiangshan was originally the first person to advance to the heavenly Tao realm. Unfortunately, after he advanced to the heavenly Tao realm in the righteous and evil universes, he immediately became complacent. Therefore, he challenged Gu Qinsh's authority and was directly suppressed by Gu Qinsha. He turned into a bull that opened up the void everywhere, creating one world after another. Those worlds then merged and formed a universe. It was unknown just how many worlds this person had created. As he created them, his cultivation base continued to rise. Suddenly, he seemed to have broken free from some kind of restriction and went into hiding. Zhao Jiangshan had gone into hiding in the immemorial cosmos, searching for an opportunity to ascend to the undying realm. Deep down, he hated Gu Qinsha. As a heavenly Tao realm expert, he should have been invincible. Unfortunately, Gu Qinsha had turned him into a bull, a humiliation that was second only to Fa Wuxian. Of course, Zhao Jiangshan didn't vent the humiliation to the point of insanity, nor did he vent his anger on others. Instead, he silently endured it, hoping to get revenge after reaching the undying realm. That was much better than Fa Wuxian. Otherwise, Gu Qinsha wouldn't have been able to tolerate him. Stars vie for splendor. Gu Qinsha's chart of destiny changed again. The astral destiny represented by these people transformed into tiny dragons. Then 5 pearls appeared in the sky, which began to fight with each other. Currently, in this world, there were 5 obvious opportunities to reach the undying realm. The 4 super colossal universes had 4 opportunities, and the gourd of the undying realm that Fa Wuxian had transformed into was also an opportunity. In my new world, there are also endless opportunities to reach the undying realm. However, I won't let them out until the time is right. Of course, there's still some opportunities to reach the undying realm apart from my new world. That terrifying thing hasn't completely disintegrated yet. The ancient dust, sand fell into the world outside the void. In that place, the terrifying thing was still wriggling and expanding. However, it was about to ripen the melon that was ripe in the stalks that fell. Once it did, there would be at least dozens of opportunities to reach the undying realm. Of course, at that time, there would also be dozens of opportunities to reach the undying realm in the new world. But this was relative. That terrifying thing represented the highest essence of the old world, while the new world represented the embryonic form of a new era. Sooner or later, there would be a final clash between the two. Once they clashed, the victor would be determined. Whoever won would be able to continue on. The fundamental rules of the old world were devouring, plundering, evolution, then destruction, and conservation of energy. Between heaven and earth, there was a fixed amount of energy. First, there would be a small dot, then a huge explosion, giving birth to myriad things. The myriad things would survive, natural selection, devouring each other, and growing stronger. It was like raising a goo. The strongest goo would be the only one, and then it would turn into a small dot, then explode again, turning into myriad things. The fundamental rules of the new world were dedication, giving, expansion, infinity, non-conservation of energy, and endless energy. These 2 kinds of rules were completely different, fundamentally different. Therefore, in the following era, the one with the upper hand would depend on the battle. The representatives of the old world were Mr. Everlasting and the others, while the representative of the new world was Gu Qinsha. Right now, Gu Qinsha had the upper hand, while Mr. Everlasting was being suppressed. Therefore, the power of the new world was constantly expanding. However, Gu Qinsha knew that Mr. Everlasting and the others weren't his greatest opponents. A true opponent who could stand on equal footing with him had yet to appear. But now, there was already such a spearhead. For example, Lin Xiaofan, Mehali, Teddy Linyu, all of them were born intentionally or unintentionally challenging Gu Qinsha's position. Although these people wouldn't amount to much, even if they reached the undying realm, it wouldn't be of much use. But after all, the entire multiverse already had such characteristics. In the future, there would be even stronger main characters who would continuously challenge Gu Qinsha until Gu Qinsha was pulled down from his throne. Of course, Gu Qinsha definitely wouldn't do as these people wished. He wouldn't suppress the birth of these main characters either. Instead, he would welcome their birth and challenge his position. This was also a form of motivation for himself. Gu Qinsha's thinking was very far-sighted. Not only did he want to use the power of these main characters to increase his resources and reach the undying realm, but he also wanted to go even further and reach the undying realm level 11. However, Gu Qinsha had no idea what the undying realm level 11 was. However, he felt that the path of immortality should be endless. The world would always develop, and he had to break through bottleneck step by step. This was his path of endless creation. I'm thinking too far ahead. Shaking his head, Gu Qinsha looked at the fate map. There seemed to be some dragons being born, and they all had hope of reaching the undying realm. Gu Qinsha's fate map was a map that controlled everything in the universe at all times. As long as someone's fate chi reached the point where they could reach the invincible immortal level, it would show up on the fate map. After he finished his observation, he found that in many places in the Arcana universe, people with the fate of main characters were slowly gathering and being born. In other words, as the Arcana universe grew stronger, there would be more and more people like Teddy Linyu and Lin Xiaofan. Interesting, this is too interesting. Gu Qinsha dispersed the fate map and turned into an ordinary arcanist, walking in a village in the Arcana universe. Most places in the Arcana universe had good weather and beautiful scenery, especially the villages, which were quiet, rich, and healthy. Many civilians worked in the fields. Some planted food, some planted arcana medicinal herbs, and they tried to sell them to arcanists in exchange for opportunities. Lin Xiaofan silently entered the Arcana universe, and he didn't cause a stir, so the Arcana universe was still very peaceful. The roads in the village were very neat, wide, and all of them were solid and smooth stone slabs, and they weren't mined from the mountains, but created by the Arcana spell Mud to Stone. Among the Arcana spells, there was an Arcana spell that could turn mud into hard rock. The Arcana spell could only turn mud into sandstone, and the more advanced ones could turn it into granite, and the more powerful ones could turn it into diamond. In addition, there was also the Golden Touch spell, which could turn mud into gold. Now, in some major cities, some roads were really paved with gold. Of course, gold was not a hard currency in the Arcana Kingdom, but an ornament. The currency in the Arcana Kingdom was the Arcana coin. The Arcana coin was a common currency issued by the Arcana Union, and every coin had Arcana sealed in it, which had great benefits. It could even be used directly as food. For example, Gu Qinsha saw that in the village market, some civilians were buying slaves with Arcana coins. The lowest level of Arcana coin had an Arcana sealed in it called nutrition. After using this Arcana coin, there would be an Arcana aura that rushed into the body of the person, and it could satisfy the person's nutrition for a day. The person didn't need to eat or drink, and it could also maintain their spirit and physical strength. One Arcana coin could be exchanged for 10 days of food, or even more. After all, the nutrition in the Arcana coin was very convenient. The Arcana coin was small and easy to carry, and the nutrition in it was very pure, unlike other food that had to be excreted after eating, so it could be exchanged with food for 10 times. That was the currency policy formulated by Gu Qinsha for the Arcana Union. Before Gu Qinsha controlled the Arcana Union, the entire Arcana Kingdom still used gold and silver, and the arcanists exchanged various materials with each other. After Gu Qinsha formulated the Arcana coin policy, immediately the economy of the entire Arcana universe was completely stabilized, and a large amount of luck poured into the Arcana network, which made the Arcana network improve by dozens of times. However, it also increased Gu Chinch's control over the Arcana network a lot. Chapter 1065. The Outsider for the Entire Arcane Universe. The economy seemed inconspicuous, but in fact it was the most important part. The economy was the circulation right from the upper to the lower, and the most important part of the economy was the currency, which represented a universal standard. The currency of many universes was gold and silver, while the currency of some developed universes was digital, virtual credit. Even in the beginning, when Gu Chansha reformed the divine central continent, he replaced it with merit. However, the arcane universe was different. Gu Chansha reformed the currency and turned it into the most practical arcane coin. Of course, the lowest level arcana coins had nutrition sealed in them. The higher level arcana coins had flame, ice, lightning, summon, and so on. Apart from that, there were also cleanse and repair sealed in some arcana coins. Some of the highest level arcana coins even had immortality and space sealed in them. Arcane coins were divided into tens of thousands of levels. It was the same level as the arcanists. However, most civilians used the lowest level of arcane coins, which had nutrition sealed in it, and they felt that it was extremely convenient. It was widely circulated in all kinds of villages throughout the universe, and almost every city, every town, every village had an arcane bank where they could deposit and withdraw money. Moreover, the arcane bank was another independent arcane network system, created by Gu Chinch's Arcane Union. As long as anyone opened an account in the arcane bank, they would have an independent account which was bound to their soul and spiritual fluctuations, unique. However, in the arcane kingdom, slaves didn't have accounts, and slaves didn't deserve to have property. Even their own lives weren't their own. Gu Chansha didn't abolish the slavery system in the arcane kingdom, because he felt that at this stage, there must be a contrast so that the arcane kingdom could be motivated. For example, the vast number of civilians felt that there was a lower status than themselves. They would be vigilant, and they would seek to make progress. And the endless slaves wanted to become civilians, but they didn't dare to make trouble. They were honest slaves and made contributions. And the arcane kingdom was expanding, and every day they would capture a large number of creatures from the outer universe. If there was no slavery system, then what would be done with these creatures from the outer universe? Ever since Gu Chansha established the financial system, created arcana coins, divided them into levels, and established banks everywhere, this system had become the most crucial and dominant one in the arcana universe. It was as if he had opened up the 8 extraordinary meridians of the arcana universe. Even the arcana network of the arcana universe itself couldn't do anything about it. If this system was destroyed, it would cause great damage to itself. If it wasn't destroyed, this system would gradually take root in people's hearts, and even the heavenly axiom itself wouldn't be able to change it. Therefore, many protagonists had been born in the Arcana network to seize control of the system. However, Gu Chansha was able to hold on and penetrate deeply into the blood of the arcane universe. In this village, there was the Arcana Village Hall, which dealt with the affairs of the entire village and even the surrounding areas. In the village hall of each village, there would be 3 low-level arcanists stationed as officials, conducting trials, managing, mediating disputes, as well as protecting and repairing the village, and so on. Every arcanist had to go to the bottom level of the village to serve. This was the rule of the Arcana Union. At the same time, the arcanists who managed the village would also receive points according to the assessment. If the service was not good enough, their points would be deducted. Points were extremely important in the Arcana Union. It was equivalent to merit, a way to promote, and a way to obtain all kinds of powerful arcana learning opportunities and arcana items. As an arcanist in the Arcana Union, the more points they had, the more room they would have for promotion. In the Arcana Union, some things could only be exchanged with points. This was also the public service system that Gu Chansha had created. In the entire Arcana universe, there was a huge government public service system from the origin city, the holy city, the divine city, the imperial city, the royal city, the provincial city, the county, the town, and the village. This series of city divisions was also proposed by Gu Chansha. In the Arcana universe, the largest city was called the origin city. It had a huge area, and the city was splendid. Almost all the powerful beings were stationed there. In the entire Arcana universe, there were a total of 10 origin city-level cities. With such a well-organized division, the Arcana Union could completely control the movements in every corner of the Arcana universe from top to bottom. Everyone, there's a new policy. At this time, in this remote small village, in the village market, there were several knights patrolling, riding big horses, galloping on the wide street, and behind the carriage, there was a huge screen. Then, in the center of the market, this huge screen was set up. Then the radiance of Arcana flashed. Then there were all kinds of news on this Arcana screen. Everyone, now you can learn all kinds of information about the entire empire on this Arcana screen. And you can even do business. You can input what you need on it, and then through the Arcana bank transfer, those things will be sent to you. These knights cooperated to publicize some of the new policies of the Arcana Kingdom. Knights were the noble class of the Arcana Kingdom. They were lower than arcanists, but much higher than civilians. Every knight had a strong force value. Some knights could even split a mountain with a sword. But although they were strong, they didn't have the power to awaken the soul. In short, they were just using martial arts to cultivate, plunder, and devour spiritual energy. They couldn't generate their own power. They were just parasites. Logistics, network, government, finance. Gu Qinshan nodded. He found that the Arcana Union was doing a good job. In fact, now some people from a new world had also entered the Arcana Union to reform the government system of the entire Arcana Kingdom. Just as Gu Chansha wandered around the Arcana universe to see if his policies were in place, many people, like him, were observing the various movements of the Arcana Kingdom. The Arcana network of the Arcana universe belongs to the Heavenly Way. It's in charge of the rise and fall of all things, the operation of everything, but the government of the Arcana Union has also established its own network system. At this time, in a huge city, there were several outsiders who had hidden their identities, turned into civilians, and walked on the streets. Among these outsiders, one of them seemed to have a faint insect in his body. It was one of the strongest insects in the Mother Nest universe, called the Insect Emperor, and it was actually a powerhouse in the Heavenly Way realm. As for the other outsider, he faintly exuded an extremely powerful aura of the martial Tao. He was from the extreme martial cosmos. As for the last one, he had the aura of primordial chaos. He was from the primordial chaos universe. In the entire multiverse, the masters of the 4 supergiant universes, the Mother Nest universe, the immemorial universe, and the Taiwu universe had all come to the Arcana universe. However, these 3 people weren't the strongest in their own universe. So, they came to the Arcana universe to look for opportunities, trying to get some opportunities. It's really tight and lively. Insect Emperor, look, I've already felt it. The system of the Arcana Union has also been established. It's grasping every little bit of the secular world. With the strict governance, this system is expanding more and more. It's about to replace the heavenly way of the Arcana. In the long run, if the two are combined, I'm afraid the entire Arcana Kingdom will be promoted, the outsider with the martial arts aura said. Martial sacrifice esteemed. You're also a famous existence in the Taiwu universe. Unfortunately, the subordinate of Gu Chansha from the New World, the martial sage, entered the Taiwu universe and was ready to transform the universe. You fought with him and were defeated in one move. You weren't willing to be under his command, so you escaped. What do you think? You want to get the opportunity to enter the immortal realm in the Arcana universe? The powerhouse from the immemorial universe said. Heavenly King, you're the same, right? Martial Sacrifice Esteemed said, the biggest universe now is actually the New World. The New World is too huge. It spits out countless small universes and big universes all the time. It's simply a universe manufacturing machine. Rumor has it that Gu Chansha is the strongest powerhouse in the multiverse. No one is a match for him. He created the multiverse, but I don't know if it's true. I don't know. It's something from the last era. Rumor has it that in the last era, the world was very small. It was called the Land of Infinity, also known as the Heavenly Realm. Later, there was a Big Bang, which formed the current multiverse and the New World. The Insect Emperor said, however, in our Mother Nest universe, some of the highest mother brain is the foundation of domination. Now, the people from the New World have tried to invade our Mother Nest universe several times, but they've been stopped by the mother brain. The Taiwu universe was a martial arts universe. It didn't have a real unified supreme figure. The same was true for the immemorial universe. However, the Mother Nest universe had the highest mother brain, and this mother brain was the ruler and the highest source of all the insect clan, but it had already been personified. It was equivalent to the Arcana network of the Arcana kingdom. In fact, the Arcana network is very disgusted with the current system because it has caused harm to him. Marshall Sacrifice Esteemed said, "We can use this opportunity to gain a lot of benefits. I've already investigated. The Arcana network has chosen a few children of destiny. They want to take back control from Gu Chansha and, at the same time, expel his power." Heavenly King said, "We can capture those children of destiny and directly devour them. Then we can obtain the same privileges. From the current policy, it's very difficult to shake the rule of the Arcana Union." The Insect Emperor said, "I can understand the feelings of the Arcana Network's heavenly axiom. He's originally a high and mighty ruler, but in fact, the people who carry out the orders are Gu Chencha's people. He's like a puppet emperor, always wanting to destroy the powerful ministers." Chapter 1066. Chapter 1063. Return the throne, the insect monarch, the martial priest, and the great king of the battering heavens. These three heavenly Tao experts had also learned the dragonless cultivation method. They could also activate the power deep within their hearts. So now that they had entered the Arcana universe, not only could they disguise as commoners, but they could also impersonate arcanists. However, the Arcana network was getting stronger and stronger, and the control of the Arcana Union was getting stronger and stronger. Even if they impersonated arcanists, they would probably be discovered if their identities were entered into the Arcana Union system. Therefore, they could only disguise as commoners because the Arcana Union system wasn't that strict. Of course, this was a deliberate scheme of Gu Chansha. He knew that many people would sneak into the Arcana universe. If the Arcana universe's screening was too strict and those people couldn't sneak in, they would lose some kind of activity. That was why Gu Chansha had purposely relaxed the rules, allowing some experts to enter and obtain opportunities to stir up trouble. The insect monarch, the martial priest, and the great king of the battering heavens discussed for a while and decided to find a son of the heavenly Tao, Lin Xiaofan and Lin Yu, then devour them to increase their cultivation. Their bodies moved, activating the power in their arcana techniques, and they were about to leave. They had great strength, but once they entered the Arcana universe, if they used their own strength, they would immediately be detected. Only by using arcana techniques would they be safe. However, just as they activated their arcana techniques, they suddenly teleported to the depths of a small building in the city. The Arcana city was huge, and there were tall buildings everywhere. The small buildings were inconspicuous. When the three were teleported into the small building, they were extremely shocked. Then, they saw a person appear in one of the houses. This person was a young man with an aura of swords and sabers. His body was straight like a javelin, and his hands were clenched into fists like sledgehammers. When they spread out, it was like a continent extending into the starry sky. In front of this young man, the insect monarch, the martial priest, and the great king of the battering heavens couldn't activate any of their strength, let alone escape. "Who are you?" The three were on guard. "Don't worry, we're friends. You probably still remember a person called Zhao Jianshan, right?" The young man in front of him was the first person to reach the heavenly Tao realm. In fact, he had reached it earlier than the fourth and the Emperor of Heaven. He was originally the first person to be created in the righteous and evil universes. Unfortunately, he had been suppressed by Gu Qinsha. Now, he had finally regained his identity. You're the first person to attain the heavenly Tao realm. Esteemed martial priest said, I've heard of your legend. Weren't you suppressed by Gu Qinsha? The insect emperor said. He was not afraid that Zhao Jiangshan would harm him because he had the support of the mother brain in the mother nest universe. He was not inferior to esteemed martial sacrifice and great king chaotic heaven. I'm free. Gu Qinsha is busy operating in the Arcana universe. He wants to use the Arcana universe to capture Mr. Ethereal and the others, Zhao Jiangshan said. Gentlemen, you probably haven't heard of Mr. Ethereal and the others, right? What Mr. Ethereal? The three asked. Mr. Ethereal, Mr. Heartless, Mr. Inaction, and Mr. Thoughtless. These four people were secret existences in the multiverse. Only a few people knew about them. Most people did not know about them. They are existences that can contend against Gu Qinsha. However, we can find an opportunity in their battle with Gu Qinsha. Zhao Jiangshan said, fighting alone won't work, so we have to join forces. How about it? From now on, you must listen to me and act according to my orders. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Jiangshan, are you trying to enslave us? At this time, the insect monarch was uncomfortable and was ready to attack at any time. Insect monarch, I know you want to use the power of Mother Brain. However, let me tell you, even Mother Brain may not be able to do anything to me. After all, Mother Brain is not in the immortal realm. I have gone through many trials and tribulations, and my cultivation realm is not something you can understand. Furthermore, this is the Arcana universe. If you use Mother Brain's power, I'm afraid you will be immediately suppressed in the Arcana universe. You might even attract Gu Qinsha's attention. At that time, even Mother Brain will be damaged. You better think this through. Zhao Jiangshan seemed to have some kind of backing and did not care at all. People under eaves have to bow their heads. At this time, King Hun Tian was the first to bow his head. I am willing to listen to Lord Zhao Jiangshan's orders. Very good. Zhao Jiangshan smiled. A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't worry, I will give you benefits. We are also willing to listen to your orders. The insect monarch and Lord Wuxia glanced at each other. There was nothing they could do. I'm not at ease with you guys relying on me like this. I need to place some restrictions on your bodies. Without waiting for the three to agree, Zhao Jiangshan moved again. Instantly, 3 bands appeared on the heads of the 3. Each band was dark green in color, and they imprisoned their thoughts, souls, and even their cultivation. What kind of method is this? The 3's expressions changed drastically. They knew that they had most likely become Zhao Jiangshan slaves. This is the supreme secret that I have comprehended. Lin Xiaofan created the eternal mind enslavement technique, but there are still flaws. Because those who are enslaved by the eternal mind enslavement technique will lose their creativity from then on. In the end, they will just enslave a group of obedient puppets. My outer Tao confinement arcane technique allows you to maintain independent thinking, but you have to obey my orders. This is the highest level. The so-called outer Tao confinement technique means that it is something outside the great Tao. Zhao Jiangshan said coldly, I have created one universe after another, and I have also comprehended many things outside the great Tao. Today, I will let you enjoy it. None of the 3 dared to speak, because they found that Zhao Jiangshan's terror had blinded their hearts, causing them to have a great degree of fear. What do you want us to do now? The 3 asked. It's very simple, Zhao Jiangshan said. You first return to your respective universes, and then gather a group of people to enter the arcane kingdom. Then I will implant the outer Tao confinement technique on them one by one. This time, I'm going to carry out a big plan. Gu Qinsha wants to set up a trap to kill Mr. Wu Wu and the others, but he doesn't know that I have a huge plan That is, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the entire multiverse, there are only 4 strongest universes. The arcane universe is one of them, the Mother Nest universe, the extreme martial universe, and the immemorial universe. If you think about it, if these 4 universes suddenly merge, what kind of powerful universe will be created? In that instant, wouldn't Gu Chinch's plans for the Arcana universe be for naught? And wouldn't the person who pushed for the unification of the 4 universes immediately ascend to the invincible realm? You're so ambitious. The insect emperor, the martial priest, and the great king of the chaotic heavens were stunned, but they were under the control of Zhao Jiangshan. Now, they could only listen to Zhao Jiangshan's arrangements. If you do as I say, think about it. How many benefits can you get? Zhao Jiangshan began to tempt them. But the 4 universes each have their own will. How can they merge? I think even if one cultivates to the immortal realm, it's still impossible to merge the 4 universes. The 3 of them felt that it was impossible. Don't worry, I'm already 100% confident in this matter. Zhao Jiangshan said, you can't understand the laws of the universe's operation at all. The evolution of the universe's heavenly Tao is different from that of humans. Even in the current arcane universe, you can clearly see that the heavenly Tao of the arcane universe is not very compatible with Gu Qinsha. It's even secretly rebelling against Gu Qinsha. Moreover, you don't know my methods. You also know that I was turned into a cow by Gu Qinsha and created worlds everywhere. In fact, in the process of creating worlds, I had already begun to make arrangements. The Mother Nest universe, the immemorial universe, the extreme martial universe, and even the arcane universe all had a part of me. Do you think the will of these universes will listen to my words? We are now sincerely listening to your arrangements. At this time, the Insect Emperor, esteemed martial priest, and great King Chaotic Sky were completely convinced. Directly pushing for the 4 universes to merge was a huge move, but Zhao Jiangshan was able to do it. It turned out that he had been making arrangements since a very long time ago. The 3 of them bowed to Zhao Jiangshan and left. Zhao Jiangshan watched the 3 of them leave with a cruel and mysterious smile on his face. Gu Qinsha, this time, I will ruthlessly stab you with a knife at the most crucial moment. Of course, Mr. Wu Wu and the others must die as well. When you fight each other, the 4 universes will fuse. At that moment, when both sides are injured, the power produced by the fusion of the 4 universes will allow me to reach my limit and devour everything. If things go well, both of you will become mine. At the very least, the vitality of these 2 groups won't be greatly damaged, and they won't have no choice but to obey my orders. At that time, Gu Qinsha, I will turn you into the most despicable existence. I will let you have a taste of my humiliation. Of course, I will let you have a taste of my humiliation before killing you. I will not be soft-hearted. A huge plan was born in Zhao Jiangshan's mind. From now on, this world will be my era. Gu Qinsha, Mr. Wu Wu, and the others will step down from their pedestals and become my stepping stones. Zhao Jiangshan's body moved, and he left. A moment later, he arrived at a secret cave. Teddy Lin Yu and Mehali appeared in the depths of the cave. The 2 of them were negotiating with another person. That person was Lin Xiaofan. Baidu search keywords, book palm reading tool, or directly visit the official website and hashtag. Chapter 1067. 4 realms become 1 inch. I found you too. Teddy Lin Yu and Mehali. Lin Xiaofan was very calm in front of the 2 experts, as if the situation was under his control. I know you're also looking for me, but I voluntarily appeared in front of you. Don't you want to devour me immediately? Lin Xiaofan, you're also someone favored by the heavenly Tao, but I can see that you've had some other fortuitous encounters. Your power is too great, and we can't suppress you. Mehali's eyes were very cold, and there was great greed in them. He knew that if he devoured Lin Xiaofan and Teddy Lin Yu, he would have an 80% chance of reaching the Undying Realm. However, if he started devouring them, he would definitely be attacked by the Arcana Network. Moreover, he might not be able to defeat Lin Xiaofan. The aura coming from him made him feel a deep sense of fear. That's right. You're working together to do something earth-shattering. I want to do it too, Lin Xiaofan said. Mehali, you actually have a lot of potential, but for some reason you can't unleash it. If you could unleash it, you would have reached the undying realm long ago. However, I have a way to suppress the mark of Fa Wuxian in your body. How will you thank me? What? You have a way? Mehali was shocked, but then he calmed down. It's useless. No matter how strong you are, you're only at the heavenly Tao level. You're still far from the undying realm. Recently, Gu Chunsha seems to have divided the power of the heavenly Tao in the Arcana Guild into minor heavenly Tao, middle heavenly Tao, grand heavenly Tao, colossal heavenly Tao, and super colossal heavenly Tao. It's the same as the division of the universe. Right now, you're only at the colossal heavenly Tao level. You haven't reached the super colossal heavenly Tao level yet. How can you help me? I have my ways, Lin Xiaofan said. Lin Xiaofan said, in short, let's work together to fight against Gu Qinsha first. As for suppressing Fa Wuxian's brand in your body, I already have a way, but you must do as I say. Mehali, don't be fooled by him. He can't suppress the imprint of Fa Wuxian in your body. Fa Wuxian is the unparalleled lord of devouring. After going through the tribulations, his remnant is already at the invincible deathless realm. If he could suppress it, he would have long since devoured you. Zhao Jiangshan appeared here. You're Zhao Jiangshan, Mehali said. Oh, you actually know me. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Jiangshan was surprised, but then he said, I forgot that your will is currently suppressing Fa Wuxian's brand. You're constantly fighting with it, so you remember everything that happened in the past. In fact, you're the second Fa Wuxian. You've inherited all his cultivation experience. That's right. I feel the same way when Gu Qinsha turned Fa Wuxian into a dog, but I won't be affected by his brand. I won't fight Gu Qinsha to the death right now. The way I see it, the former Fa Wuxian was blinded by hatred, so he couldn't see things clearly. He didn't take things slow, and in the end, he died. That's a stupid thing to do. Mehali had his own will. But Fa Wuxian's will is really annoying. He's always trying to transform me, turn me into his puppet, and revive him. But he doesn't know that with his personality, even if he revives me, what can he do? He still can't escape from being suppressed. That's your advantage. You can endure until now, and you still haven't killed your enemy, Neville. But let me tell you, it's lucky that you didn't do it, because Neville is Gu Qinsha's incarnation. In fact, you obtained the gourd because of Gu Qinsha. He descended and turned into Neville, and as Neville's enemy, you, Mehali, were coincidentally sensed by the gourd, allowing you to continue this hatred, Zhao Jiangshan said. I'm afraid you don't understand these mysterious things. So that Neville is Gu Qinsha? No wonder Roland became the highest elder of the Arcane Guild and quickly ascended to the heavenly Tao realm. Mehali suddenly realized, if that's the case, how can I take revenge? Where did the real Neville go? The real Neville had a fortuitous encounter and entered the New World. He's cultivating in the New World. If he has the cultivation of the heavenly Tao realm, you can't do anything to him. You should know that the heavenly Tao achieved in the New World is extremely powerful, thousands of times stronger than the ordinary heavenly Tao, Zhao Jiangshan said. Your only hope now is to ascend to the undying realm. I also know that only by ascending to the undying realm can I be invincible, Mehali said. Zhao Jiangshan, you're the first person to ascend to the heavenly Tao realm. You're extremely powerful. Now that you've broken free, you're free and unfettered. Your appearance makes me feel that you're going to do something earth-shattering. That's right. I'm going to do something earth-shattering, and I need your help. Zhao Jiangshan said, are you willing to help me or not? If I succeed, I guarantee that you'll all ascend to the undying realm, and you'll be able to injure Gu Qinsha and Mr. Invincible. When that happens, the universe will have a new master. More importantly, if you can injure Gu Qinsha, his destiny will decrease, and a new world will explode. Most of the destiny will belong to us, and we'll use this opportunity to reach the 10th level of the Undying Realm. What do you think? Zhao Jiangshan said. What? The 10th level of the Undying Realm? Undying Realm? Mehali, Lin Xiaofan, and Teddy Lin, you were all shocked. To them, the 9th level of the Undying Realm was their life goal. The 10th level of the Undying Realm was something they didn't even dare to think about. One should know that no one could ascend to the Undying Realm from the Heavenly Tao Realm. Be it Mr. Invincible or Gu Qinsha, they weren't even human. As for Fa Wuxian, he had turned into a gourd the moment he ascended. Now, he was neither human nor ghost. He was no different from a dead person, and the hope of resurrection was minuscule. It was already so difficult to ascend to the Undying Realm from the Heavenly Tao Realm, let alone to the Undying Realm. Right now, in this world, only Gu Qinsha has a chance of advancing to this realm. He is planning. If his plan succeeds and he reaches this realm, then we basically have no hope at all in front of him. So, right now, all of you seem to be safe, but in reality, you can die at any time. You are on the verge of collapse. We have no way out. Next, we can only give it our all, said Zhao Jiangshan. Lin Xiaofan, Teddy Lin Yu, and Mehali were terrified by Zhao Jiangshan's words. They knew how dangerous it was. What do we do now? The three asked simultaneously. It's simple. Listen to me. This is one of my 4 modules. Zhao Jiangshan suddenly moved, and 4 cubes appeared behind him. Each cube displayed the embryonic form of a universe. The embryonic form of this universe displayed the Mother Nest universe, the Extreme Martial universe, the Primal Chaos universe, and even the origin of the Arcane universe. The origin of the universe, this is... The 3 cried out. No, impossible. How can you have the origin of the 4 universes? The Arcana universe has given you a part of the origin. What are you trying to do? Teddy Lin Yu, Lin Xiaofan, you're both favored by the Heavenly Tao. You're the sons of the Arcana universe's Heavenly Tao. But who am I? I, Zhao Jiangshan, am one of the creators of the Arcana universe. Back then, I transformed into an ox, opened up the void, and created one universe after another. These universes united to form the current Arcana universe. As the mother of the universe, I naturally have some privileges. This is different from you. Zhao Jiangshan looked at the 3 coldly. However, an excellent opportunity is right in front of you. I'm now presiding over the merging of the origin of the 4 universes. At the most crucial moment, the 4 universes will unite, and that will be the time when your divine arts will reach their strongest. You want to carry out such a huge plan? Teddy Lin Yu was stunned, but then he said, if that's the case, riches can only be found in danger. I'll follow you. He was the first to respond. This showed that he was quick-witted. Originally, he was the son of the heavens, but with the appearance of Lin Xiaofan, his destiny was taken away, and he started to go downhill. Moreover, he was filled with lofty aspirations, but before he could do anything, he was depressed. Every time he thought about it, he felt extremely wronged. Now that he had finally found an opportunity, he might as well fight with Zhao Jiangshan. Moreover, he knew that if he didn't follow Zhao Jiangshan, he would probably be devoured by Mehali. Lin Xiaofan's strength was even higher than his, and he was also eyeing him covetously. Wise. Zhao Jiangshan was not surprised that Teddy Lin Yu was the first to compromise. In fact, he admired him. He made a decision in the blink of an eye. This person had great potential, and he was not stupid. If that's the case, I'll take a gamble, Mehali said. This way, with the power of the 4 universes combining, I can immediately remove the mark of Fa Wuxian, obtain independence, and ascend to the Undying Realm. That's right. Zhao Jiangshan nodded. Mehali, actually, you should follow me and push this matter forward. In the process, you will greatly erase the mark of Fa Wuxian. Lin Xiaofan, what do you think? How can I be left out of this? Lin Xiaofan seemed to be thinking of something. I'm not afraid of big things, only small things. Chapter 1068. A Trap Within a Trap. All right, let's work together to create this module. Mehali reached an agreement with Zhao Jiangshan, then poured his own power into the module. Indeed, as soon as a wave of power was infused into the module, the will of the module immediately suppressed the restless Fa Wuxian brand in his mind and soul. Mehali was overjoyed. He knew he had made the right bet. If this continued, he would be able to destroy Fa Wuxian's mark and turn it into his own resource. Isn't that right? Zhao Jiangshan smiled faintly. This is the power of the origin of the four realms helping you. When you pour your power into the module, the four realms will begin to merge and your own cultivation will increase. You should know that each of the four realms has a chance to ascend to the undying realm on its own. Right now, you have the four realms working together. This power isn't something we can imagine. The final transformation of the four realms won't be as simple as the sum of the four realms. It will be several times, or even dozens of times, or even 100 times. I know that. Lin Xiaofan began pouring his power into the module as well. He could feel the power of the four realms churning in his body. He was greatly benefiting. Teddy Lin Yu was the same. The four realms are united. I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything with our power. Right now, we're like nobodies trying to move mountains, Mehali said. Your power can, because you're essentially at the undying realm. Unfortunately, you can't unleash the full power of the undying realm. Zhao Jiangshan said, take your time. I've already used all sorts of methods to control the leaders of the Mother Nest universe, the extreme martial universe, and the immemorial universe. They'll join our side and push for the four realms to unite. That way, we'll be successful. However, when the four realms truly become one, I will choose the best opportunity. That opportunity will be when Gu Chansha and Mr. Innumerable fight. You must make the same judgment as me. Don't worry, I know that. Mehali nodded. Now that you are connected to this Four Realms Unite module, as long as you input your power every day, it is equivalent to investing in the four realms. The origin of the four realms will give you great authority. With a tap from Zhao Jiangshan, the Four Realms Unite module fused with the void. However, Mehali and the others could clearly sense that the module was still there. With a thought, they would be able to sense it. All right, now that we're linked together, we're bound together for good or ill. We mustn't have any thoughts of killing each other. Zhao Jiangshan warned, we all have great fate in us. Only by linking our fate together can we display the greatest effect in the future. If we devour each other, not only will we not be able to make one person's fate stronger, it will also cause our entire fate to decline. We know, Mehali said, but with our current strength, I'm afraid we're not Gu Chencha's match. That's right, Gu Chensha is too strong. In fact, even if Mr. Anul, Mr. Wuxin, Mr. Wu Wei, and Mr. Thoughtless join forces, it's not impossible for Gu Chensha to kill him. As long as the price is the destruction of the heavens, Gu Chensha can kill them all. Zhao Jiangshan said, of course, Gu Chensha isn't the real eternal protagonist. I believe he will have flaws. Of course, if he remains invincible forever, I'll accept it. No one can remain invincible forever, Mehali said viciously. Gu Chensha has been strong for so many years. I can feel that this is an era of great change. Many people would stand out from the crowd, and many would fall because of this. No one can stand at the peak forever. My request isn't to stand at the peak, but to be at the top, to be free and unfettered forever. Even if the sky collapses, let the taller ones hold it up. However, we must pull Gu Chensha down. He's too dangerous, too domineering. Our chance has come, Zhao Jiangshan said, but we still have to wait. When the four worlds unite, this huge world will be under our control. At that time, we can control this world to challenge Gu Chencha's new world. I feel that after we control the four worlds to unite, only we are qualified to resist the new world. In this way, we can gain the favor of that terrifying thing. Look in the depths of the endless void. The main body of Mr. Incorporeal and the others was about to be born and truly descend. In fact, this main body was a huge monster born from the old world. It hated the new world, which was why it gave birth to Mr. Incorporeal and the others to oppose Gudusha. Without Mr. Incorporeal, Gudusha would have long since transformed the entire multiverse into a new world. Those life forms that relied on devouring to survive in the old world would no longer exist. Therefore, the moment the four worlds unite, in order to give our new world the ability to resist the new world, that terrifying thing will descend and completely fuse with our universe. That way, there won't be any loopholes when we ascend to the undying realm. Moreover, we'll be even stronger than ordinary undying realm experts. The four of them kept activating the Four Worlds Unite module. Waves of power flowed back to them. At the same time, the origins of the four worlds began to connect, reaching a miraculous level. The origins of the four worlds fused here, just like when Gu Taxian fused with the heavenly Tao of the old world, producing something unimaginable. The origins of the four worlds are fusing here bit by bit, gathering here and turning into a new substance and power. This is absolutely shocking. Mehali was overjoyed when he sensed this. Deep in his heart, he had a malicious thought. With the origins of the four worlds, I can quickly suppress and refine Fa Wuxian's mark and secretly ascend to the undying realm. When that time came, he would directly devour Zhao, Jiangshan, and all the people here. Then he would control the giant world of the four worlds and devour the source of that terrifying thing. He would truly be invincible under the heavens. This Zhao Jiangshan isn't a good person. He definitely wants to devour me. I won't let him have a good life. This Mehali still has the intention to devour. He's a dangerous character. At this time, Zhao Jiangshan's expression did not change. He naturally did not trust Mehali. Mehali was a sinister and cunning character, and he also had Fa Wuxian's mark on him. Fa Wuxian's crazy will to devour had been passed on to Mehali. However, Mehali, you would never have imagined that you are actually a sacrificial offering for the four worlds unite. Do you think it's that simple? In order to truly unite, at the most critical moment, there must be the best sacrificial offering, and you are that sacrificial offering. Right now, you're borrowing the power of the origins of the four worlds, and the more powerful your cultivation is, the more you'll be unable to escape in the future. I can already see the shackles on your body. Zhao Jiangshan's shrewdness was getting deeper and deeper. At this time, in a supermassive universe, the martial saint and Gu Chansha were strolling. This supermassive universe was the extreme martial universe. Gu Chansha had taken control of the Arcana universe, and now he had come to the extreme martial universe to carry out a huge plan. The four worlds unite to create a huge world to contend against the new world. He sensed it, and suddenly his heart moved, as if he had understood something. This Zhao Jiangshan is quite capable to actually come up with this idea to contend against me. It can be said that he has put a lot of thought into it, and is indeed on the right path. Zhao Jiangshan is the first person to ascend to the heavenly Tao realm, even earlier than the fourth and the Emperor of Heaven. He also represents some kind of fate and luck. The martial saints said, however, he has occupied the fate of being the first to cultivate to the heavenly Tao realm, so it's impossible for him to be the first to cultivate to the peerless immortal realm. He could not be said to not understand this point. Of course, the reason why he has such achievements now is completely because you turned him into a bull, continuously opening up the void, allowing him to create one world after another. He has obtained such training, which is why he has the confidence he has now. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to be grateful, and instead hates you to the bone. Are all people nowadays like this? If so, I am completely disappointed in the old world. There's no need to be disappointed. These are all small matters. What Zhao Jiangshan wants to do is actually what I want to do. I just need to borrow his hands to complete it. Gu Qinsha said, actually, I've been planning this all along. Zhao Jiangshan wants to unite the four worlds, and I also want to unite the four worlds. During the process of the four worlds merging, Mr. Woo Woo will not be able to escape, and these people will all be captured by me. Also, that terrifying thing will descend, looking for a body to possess, and give birth to an existence that can contend against me. However, I don't care about any of this. Chinsha, actually, it's very simple for you to want to unite the four worlds. With a single thought, the origin of the four worlds won't be able to do anything to you. The martial saint was somewhat puzzled, because if I directly trigger the four worlds to merge, the will of the four worlds will definitely resist me. Of course, I can kill them, but it would be meaningless. Secondly, I won't let Mr. Woo Woo and the others fall for it. Right now, Zhao Jiangshan is using his unforgettable hatred to trigger the four worlds to plot against me. This way, Mr. Woo Woo and the others will secretly support me, and the deeper they fall, the more I fall. At that time, it will be my final battle. Gu Qinsha was looking forward to it. After the four worlds merge, will there be an opponent that can contend against you? The martial saint said worriedly. In reality, from the start until now, you have many opponents, but none of them can compare to you. But now, I have a feeling that things won't be so simple. At the final moment, if you want to destroy that terrifying thing, you will suffer irreversible damage. Chapter 1069. Rising Embers. I'm also looking forward to seeing how powerful that being will be and whether or not he can contend with you. I hope that this day will come sooner, once and for all. In the multiverse, there are always a few rats doing as they please, and we have to be careful not to take action against them, even if we want to exterminate them. The martial saint shook his head, but I also need to ascend to the undying realm as soon as possible, lest I die. How is your search for the undying realm in the extreme martial cosmos going? I can see that you seem to have grasped some of the veins of the extreme martial cosmos, but because you come from a new world, the essence of the extreme martial cosmos has always been resisting you. Gu Chansha saw it clearly. Under the influence of the extreme martial cosmos essence, many protagonists have been born to suppress and trample you beneath their feet. That's inevitable. The martial saints said, these universes have their own wills. They are absolutely unwilling to be controlled by others. So many protagonists are born to deal with us. That's inevitable. However, I have subdued some protagonists, causing them to believe in the ideals of our new world, thus obtaining a great deal of destiny. You will soon be able to secretly grasp the extreme martial cosmos, borrowing the power of the cosmos to ascend to the undying realm. And in fact, you don't even need this opportunity. In our new world, there are many opportunities to ascend to the undying realm. It's just that they haven't been activated yet. Gu Qinsha said, of course, your control over the experts in the extreme martial cosmos is getting deeper, causing the living beings in this cosmos to believe in the principles of the new world, and have already activated a certain ability of the new world. You won't be far from ascending to the undying realm in the future. I know, but I'm definitely not the first to ascend to the undying realm. I don't know who will occupy the first position. The martial saint sighed. The first person to ascend to the supreme immortal realm naturally has an enormous destiny, just like Zhao Jiangshan, who was the first to ascend to the heavenly Dao realm. However, Fa Wuxian was actually the first to ascend, but he died the moment he ascended. He didn't enjoy the enormous destiny, but now that Zhao Jiangshan has collected it, he does have some tricks up his sleeve. Gu Qinsha said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's observe the extreme martial cosmos. The two of them moved and began to wander around the extreme martial cosmos, observing the fate energy of the cosmos. Gu Qinsha appeared in a city. This city was also extremely huge, and it was forged from all kinds of metals. It was magnificent, and there were all kinds of martial artists in the city. These martial artists could overturn rivers and seas, tear the void, break the heavenly river with one punch, and grab stars with one hand. In the extreme martial cosmos, martial arts are divided into different levels. The initial levels are the mortal martial realm, Qi martial realm, Martial transformation martial realm, soul martial realm, spirit martial realm, profound martial realm, true martial realm, king martial realm, imperial martial realm, emperor martial realm, immortal martial realm, god martial realm, saint martial realm, venerable martial realm, heaven martial realm, origin martial realm, supreme martial realm, eternal martial realm, Tao martial realm, and undying martial realm. These 20 realms. Each realm has its own ability, and it is completely different from the Tao realm's 36 transformations. It is also completely different from arcane techniques. It is purely the power of martial arts. At this time, the martial sage explained to Gu Chunsha, I can already see that the entire extreme martial cosmos pays attention to absolute martial strength. The construction of the entire cosmos is actually secondary. Everyone is competing fiercely, but it is not as good as the arcane world, which has already formed a complete system. Even the most profound arcana master can actually serve the commoners. Gu Chunsha observed and sighed. He realized that the gap between the rich and the poor in the extreme martial cosmos was too great. In the extreme martial cosmos, there were many villages that did not have enough food to fill their stomachs and clothes to cover their bodies. In many places, because of weather, disasters, wars, and many other reasons, people froze to death, starved to death, died of illness, died of violence, and so on. The experts in the extreme martial cosmos could create the void and give birth to all things, but not a single martial artist came out to help these commoners. Instead, they only cared about their own cultivation. This was different from the arcane universe. The commoners in the arcane universe were all protected by arcana masters, so it was impossible for them to suffer from hunger or cold. It must be known that in the entire arcane universe, even the smallest village had a village hall, which was the village hall. There were arcana masters stationed there to deal with such matters. The extreme martial cosmos was extremely chaotic. There were powerful martial artists everywhere, each occupying a mountain peak. There were even some powerful demons and creatures from the outerverse. It was a complete mess. The only thing worth praising was that in this cosmos, martial arts prevailed. Everyone who wanted to stand out had to desperately cultivate martial arts. In every force, as long as one had the ability, they could obtain wealth, status, dignity, and glory. This was a recognized point in the entire cosmos. Many forces fought with each other, but it actually increased the progress of martial arts. This was because if one did not seriously study martial arts and cultivate martial arts, they would be annexed and killed by others. They would be treated worse than slaves. To transform the entire extreme martial cosmos, we first need a complete empire to include everything, the martial saint said. Right now, it is too chaotic and there is not enough research on martial arts. Martial arts are not arcane techniques. The arcane technique system needs to go through systematic research. The arcane technique is a science, while the martial arts is a battle. The progress of martial arts can only be reflected in chaotic battles. Gu Chunsha waved his hand. If it becomes a complete empire, then there will be no external pressure. Everyone will be at ease, but it will not be enough to improve martial arts. So, I suggest that if you want to transform the entire extreme martial cosmos, I'm afraid you have to change your way of thinking. The arcane technique and martial arts were indeed different. A large part of the arcane technique, such as the cleaning technique, the flashing technique, the manufacturing technique, and so on, were mostly used for production, living, and construction. Battles were only a small part, but the birth of martial arts was for battles. Only in cruel battles could the true meaning of martial arts be nurtured. Gu Chunsha looked around. In the entire extreme martial cosmos, who knew how many empires and forces fought with each other? In the process of these people's battles, the bloody martial arts will gradually seep into the depths of the extreme martial cosmos heavenly Tao, absorbed by the heavenly Tao, and become a part of it. It was precisely because of this that the extreme martial cosmos heavenly Tao became stronger and stronger. If the extreme martial cosmos was unified, then there would be no more battles, and the martial arts would be greatly reduced. For the extreme martial cosmos, it would be a disaster. I understand. There's no need for unification. I only need to control and support many empires behind the scenes, so that these empires' bloody battles become more intense. At the same time, pay attention to not let the bloody battles kill the goose that lays the golden eggs to catch the fish. The martial sage suddenly understood. In his mind, trillions of ideas suddenly condensed. The martial sage originally wanted to unify the entire extreme martial cosmos, become the great emperor of martial arts, and then gradually control the entire cosmos. Now that Guchen Shah said this, he knew that this idea was not feasible. He changed his train of thought. He would live in seclusion behind the scenes, and then use all kinds of methods to squeeze out the sense of urgency of everyone in the extreme martial cosmos, so that everyone would desperately practice martial arts and research martial arts. Although there are many battles in the extreme martial cosmos now, it is far from enough. The living environment is also not bad enough, and there are many empires that are content with the status quo. Through many operations, the bloody battle spirit and spirit must be stimulated. The martial sage said, I have a complete countermeasure for this point. Once the train of thought is right, things will be easier. Very well, go ahead. Guchen Shah nodded and watched the martial sage leave. Rumble. Zhao Jianshan, who was in the middle of establishing the four realms as one module, suddenly trembled. He saw that in the middle of the multiverse, the towering extreme martial cosmos had suddenly become golden. The martial arts had increased greatly, and the power transmitted over had greatly increased. Zhao Jianshan suddenly looked over and found that in the extreme martial cosmos, many empires seemed to have been stimulated and were desperately developing their military force. Then, some of the major forces were also stimulated by something, and the speed at which they killed each other increased. Countless martial arts were researched, and countless cultivation methods were also born. Immediately, in the depths of the extreme martial cosmos, the source was stimulated, and in the blink of an eye, it devoured several other cosmoses. These cosmoses were integrated into the extreme martial cosmos, and martial arts also began to flourish, competing with the heroes of the world. This is the martial sage's doing, Zhao Jianshan said coldly. That's right, the martial sage actually found the right way to manage the extreme martial cosmos. This way, he can indeed increase the source of the extreme martial cosmos and greatly improve himself. However, he doesn't know that I'm carrying out the four realms as one technique. You increase the source of the extreme martial cosmos, but in reality, it was all for me to speed up the process of my four realms as one. My strength is almost there. Mehali circulated the power in his body, and gradually, F.A. Wuxian's imprint was suppressed to the point that it could not move. Suddenly, a will appeared in his body, and within his sea of consciousness, F.A. Wuxian appeared. Mehali, the will of I, F.A. Wuxian, cannot be destroyed. Even if you suppress me, I will still appear in the future, and instead, I will seize your power. Why don't we make a deal now? F.A. Wuxian's will let out a frenzied voice. F.A. Wuxian, I know that with my current strength, it is impossible to destroy your imprint. Mehali said, however, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? I can give you the Supreme Immortal Realm Gourd, but you have to help me with something. Help me resurrect. Let me possess the body of a person with great destiny, and use his destiny as a sacrifice to me. Then I will be able to recover and slowly cultivate back. What do you think? F.A. Wuxian said. You want to resurrect? Mehali frowned. Whose destiny do you want to steal as a sacrifice? The protagonists of many cosmoses, it is best if they are sacrificed together, and I can resurrect. F.A. Wuxian said, after I resurrect, I will not affect your will, and at the same time, you will obtain full control of the gourd, and you will be able to ascend to the supreme immortal realm. Chapter 1070. Protagonist Prototype. F.A. Wuxian. How can I trust you? Mehli was actually very tempted. The biggest flaw in his current cultivation was the F.A. Wuxian imprint, which constantly interfered with his psyche. If this imprint flew away and left behind the pure gourd, he would reach the undying immortal realm without a doubt. Of course, Mehli knew that F.A. Wuxian was extremely cunning and couldn't be trusted. Otherwise, if he was careless, he would be killed. But he also knew that this was the best way to send this god of plague away. He originally wanted to use the power of the four worlds to completely refine F.A. Wuxian's seal and destroy it. It was a feasible method, but at the last moment, it would be very risky. F.A. Wuxian wouldn't be willing to be refined at the last moment. At the moment of life and death, he would definitely put up a desperate fight and die together. At that time, F.A. Wuxian's death would be very powerful, and it might cause irreversible damage to him. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if F.A. Wuxian was an undying realm cultivator, even if he died, the seal he left behind could still stir up a storm and do many unimaginable things. Mehli wanted to cultivate to the undying realm peacefully. If he didn't want to die together, he could only reach an agreement with F.A. Wuxian and help F.A. Wuxian resurrect. After thinking for a long time, Mehli said, "Okay, I promise you that I will help you find a way to improve and resurrect you. However, there's one problem, and that is that you must help me seize the position of the Supreme Master after the four realms unite." "You're really ambitious." F.A. Wuxian's imprint pondered for a moment. After the four realms merged into one, the supreme ruler that was born actually carries a supreme destiny, which is to completely suppress and kill Guqinsha. If you're confident that you have the ability to do so, I will help you. But if you don't, I still advise you to let someone else do it. That person and Guqinsha are fighting to the death. It's good that you take advantage of the situation. Don't worry. After I become the supreme master of the four worlds, I will devour Guqinsha. Then, I will enter the 10th level of Immortal Realm. You don't have to think about this. Just tell me, are you going to help me or not? If you don't, then there's nothing else we can talk about. I'll use the power of the four realms to refine you. Even if you die with me, I don't care. At this time, Mehli's attitude actually became tough. All right, I'll help you. F.A. Wuxian's mark moved. He actually had no other choice and could only compromise because he didn't want to die. Or rather, he was unwilling to die and wanted to revive. Since that's the case, we have come to an agreement. Mehli smiled at this time. He knew that it was only a matter of time before he controlled the four realms. Victory was in his hands. Mehli and F.A. Wuxian's mark have reached some kind of agreement. This is all within my calculations. I will be the one to deal with Guqinsha in the future. I will also be the one who could defeat Guqinsha in the end and reach the 10th level of Immortal Realm. I will always be the main character, the real main character. Everyone else is just a fake main character. Zhao Jiangshan thought for a while. He seemed to have seen through everything about Mehli and F.A. Wuxian. F.A. Wuxian, you are an idiot. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen. We were both turned into beasts by Guqinsha. I got a lot of training in this process. Even if you deceive Mehli, it won't be of much use. I can still suppress you. Moreover, you might not help him, and he might not help you. The two of them are scheming against each other, and I can make use of it. Zhao Jiangshan noticed the movement. He wasn't afraid. He felt that his chance had come. He could make F.A. Wuxian and Mehli truly fall. This group of people is scheming against each other. Interesting. At the same time, someone also noticed the movement of the four realms. That person was Zhang Ziren. He was also making some arrangements. Beside Zhang Ziren was Zhang Yiren. The father and son united and prepared to do something big. Father, that Zhao Jiangshan is the first person to reach the heavenly Dao realm. He has a lot of fate energy. Moreover, he thinks that he created the multiverse. However, you are the original ancestor of the human world. Who has more fate energy between you and him? If you fight him, who will win? Zhang Yiren asked. Of course it's me. Zhao Jiangshan doesn't understand our foundation. Zhang Ziren said, in fact, even your foundation is stronger than Zhao Jiangshan's. It's just that you haven't stimulated it yet. When you were born, you fused all of the ancient Tao Immortal's mutated origin energy. Moreover, you also refine that terrifying will. Even if you don't rely on anyone, you still have hope of reaching the undying realm. But father, I still can't improve. What should I do? Zhang Yiren asked. We wait for an opportunity. The four realms merging is a great opportunity. I can use Zhao Jiangshan's four realms merging to become the multiverse again, the master of the human world. Zhang Ziren said, there are too many opportunities now. This is an era of great change. Whoever can grasp the thread of change will stand at the peak of the era. Father, if we join forces now, how can we seize control of the four realms? The power of the four realms merging is extremely great. If Zhao Jiangshan steals all of it, I'm afraid the final result won't be very good. Zhang Yiren still said some substantive things. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements for this. I've also secretly informed Guasha. He's extremely powerful now, so he definitely won't let Zhao Jiangshan's plan succeed. He'll definitely plunder it. Moreover, he will definitely plunder it. Zhang Ziren said, there's also the otherworldly ancestor and the Taoist ancestor. They also more or less know about this plan and the overall situation. The wind is rising and the clouds are surging. Who will win? Zhang Yiren suddenly became excited. Originally, you and I had a lot of suspicions, but now it seems that our suspicions are unnecessary. Right now, we need to cooperate sincerely in order to have the best future. If we attack each other on our own, I'm afraid that disaster will befall us and no one will benefit. This was what Zhang Ziren meant when he talked to his son. Father, I know what to do. Zhang Yiren nodded. However, in the depths of his heart, there were many evil thoughts lurking. Zhang Ziren, do you really think that I am your son? I, Zhang Yiren, am an independent individual. I just reincarnated into your family. You won't be the only master of the world, and I also want to, so I can accommodate you. Although he thought so deep in his heart, Zhang Yiren was respectful on the surface. Father, what should we do next? It's very simple. I will first talk to Lin Xiaofan. This person doesn't feel unwilling to be controlled by Zhao Jiangshan. Unfortunately, even if he is a supreme genius, he can't escape certain limitations. Originally, he wanted to control Lin Yu and Mehali, but he didn't expect that halfway through, a Zhao Jiangshan would appear and control them all. Zhang Ziren said, this Lin Xiaofan is really unwilling. What about me? Zhang Yiren asked. You go and contact the others. We will also form an alliance. Also, be careful of that Gu Huasha. When you contact the others, you must exclude Gu Huasha. Gu Huasha also wants to become the master of the four realms. Only then can he compete with Gu Qinsha. Zhang Ziren said, I will listen to father's arrangements. Zhang Yiren said, well, we father and son will act separately. While speaking, Zhang Ziren disappeared. After Zhang Ziren disappeared, Zhang Yiren did not act. Instead, he waited for someone. Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, a person appeared beside Zhang Yiren. This person was Gu Huasha, the fourth Nihility ancestor, Gu Huasha, the brother of Gu Qinsha. Nihility ancestor, what do you think of the current situation? Zhang Yiren asked. Originally, I wanted to devour Zhang Ziren and obtain many secrets of the human world. But his strength is getting stronger and stronger. I'm not his opponent at all. The human world is constantly expanding and giving birth to many universes. His strength is getting stronger and stronger. This is inevitable. He was originally the human ancestor, the first master of the human world. Although he is my subordinate, I was unable to completely control the human world because of Gu Qinsha. Otherwise, my control over him would be even stronger. But even now, I can still suppress him. This is why he is afraid of me. The fourth Gu Huasha said, I want to devour Zhang Ziren. This is something we have planned. Now, The most important thing is Zhao Jiangshan's plan to unite the four realms. What do you think we should do? Zhang Yiren and Gu Huasha had already formed an alliance. Moreover, he had the ambition of a wolf. He even wanted to devour his own father. The unification of the four realms is imperative. Only then will we be able to change the situation of the world. The fourth Gu Huasha nodded. Actually, both Gu Chansha and Mr. Wu Wu agree with this matter. Both of them want to use this as a trap to plot against each other. Now, it will depend on who is more skilled. Mr. Wu Wu is plotting, Gu Chansha is also plotting. Maybe both sides will suffer. At that time, we will take advantage of them. Such things have happened many times in history. Zhang Yiren said, if the two of us work together, we will be able to obtain the greatest benefits. Yes, you and Zhang Ziren are working together. Because of your father-son relationship, you are always inferior to him. Moreover, he is not a good person. You want to devour him, but in reality, he is also using you. What you're doing now is completely disregarding the karma between father and son. This is a wise decision. A wise man submits to circumstances. The fourth Gu Huasha said. Chapter 1071. The second main character. These people are fighting and scheming against each other, but they are nothing more than a nest of snakes and rats. If I use some tricks, they will fall apart. But they are still useful to me now, so I won't touch them. I'll let them push for the four realms to unite. The fourth Gu Huasha looked at Zhang Yiren. In truth, he didn't trust this trash in front of him at all. But Zhang Yiren was useful to him. The fourth Gu Huasha's cultivation had reached a certain limit. He was just one step away from the undying realm. However, he was stuck at this critical juncture and needed something important to push him forward. At this time, he needed destiny and great luck to be able to cultivate to the undying realm. How did Gu Chansha reach the undying realm? The fourth Gu Huasha recalled. Suddenly, he realized that when Gu Chansha reached the undying realm, there was no movement. It was as if he had done it unknowingly. Could it be that Old 19 is really a main character? A main character of this era, or even countless eras? The fourth Gu Huasha suddenly thought about it. He felt a little discouraged. Gu Chansha seemed to have been smooth sailing from start to finish. He was invincible. He had never suffered any losses. Countless dangers, great changes in the world. He could always turn them into safety. He was even more of a main character than the main character template. Why was that? The fourth Gu Huasha couldn't figure it out, no matter how he thought about it. He knew that in this world, strength was born from fate. A person's strength could be determined by their fate. But Gu Chansha had completely surpassed the limit of fate. From the beginning until now, everything that Gu Chansha had done, he was the creator of fate energy. He was not someone who was bound by fate energy. Gu Taxian's sudden appearance had already shocked all living beings in the world, but what Gu Chansha had done was far greater than what Gu Taxian had done. Gu Taxian had established a dynasty in the divine central continent before choosing to merge with the heavenly Tao, giving birth to something terrifying. As for Gu Chansha, he had turned the heavenly realm of the endless mainland into the current human realm, a multiverse, and had even opened up a brand new world. In the current multiverse, any random universe was much larger than the human world, not to mention the current arcane universe, Mother Nest, Primordius, and Taiwu. It could even be said that the many universes that were born in the new world were all much larger than this universe. Gu Chansha's creation of the dragonless cultivation method had inspired a whole new era. People no longer relied on external forces to maintain themselves, but on the endless power deep in their hearts. To Gu Huasha, this was like a dream, and he couldn't tell the difference between a dream and reality. But even now, he couldn't help but admire Gu Chansha's creation. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to keep up with Gu Chansha and surpass Gu Chansha. This was his motivation, otherwise his life would be meaningless. He didn't want to follow Liu Baiwei, Zhuge Ye, and the others to walk behind Gu Qinsha. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the fourth, and he wouldn't be Gu Huasha. Back then, he had set out on his own and had great ambitions. Among the many princes, Gu Qinsha had caught up, but at the beginning, many sages thought highly of him. Even when Hong thought that he was comparable to the born sage Fa Wuxian. Moreover, he was the incarnation of the old world's Emperor Heaven. In a sense, he should actually represent the old world. Therefore, he had a series of plans and goals. People like Zhang Ziran, Teddy Lin Yu, Lin Xiaofan, and even Zhao Jiangshan were all vulnerable. Fa Wuxian could at least pose some threat to him, but he was already dead, and only a brand was left. Now, he could only attach himself to others and cause trouble. As for Mehali, he was just a parasite of Fa Wuxian. Old 19, Gu Qinsha, no matter what, I hope to become the lord of the old world. The fourth Gu Huasha suddenly let out a long roar. I hope that the final battle will be completed between us two brothers. I don't want a new protagonist to be born to fight with you. The unification of the four realms would definitely produce a huge amount of energy and even cause changes in the multiverse. At that time, the old world would be born. Whoever could become the lord of the old world would have the ability to compete with Gu Qinsha. At that time, the lord of the old world and the lord of the new world would fight. Whoever won would become the true protagonist of all ages and laugh proudly for countless ages. The fourth Gu Huasha was very clear about this. Mr. Everlasting and the others weren't the rulers of the old world. Although their cultivation bases were in the annulled, deathless level, fourth Brogwasha knew that if the ruler of the old world showed up, Mr. Everlasting and the others would become his subordinates. The ruler of the old world was far stronger than Mr. Everlasting and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha's power was constantly improving, and the new world was constantly expanding, eroding the foundation of the old world. However, no one knew who the lord of the old world was, and who the lord of the old world was. Anyone with destiny would fight to be the lord of the old world. The fourth Gu Huasha had an advantage over everyone else, but he wasn't confident that he would become the lord of the old world. Who knew what the lord of the old world would choose? Or, in other words, who would have the supreme throne fall into the hands of? It was like the world was in chaos, and the dynasties were fighting for supremacy. Countless vassals had destiny, and no one could see which vassal would rise to the top and seize control of the universe. However, there was one person who could sit on the sidelines. That person was the lord of the new world, Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha couldn't become the lord of the old world. The lord of the old world wouldn't choose Gu Qinsha. Of course, Gu Qinsha wouldn't become the lord of the old world either. He was thinking about how to make someone else become the lord of the old world and then submit to him. While the fourth Gu Huasha was thinking about how to become the lord of the old world, Gu Qinsha was gathered with Zhuge, Wenhong, and the others. He had arrived in the new world. There were very few people at the gathering. It was just Gu Qinsha himself, Jin Suebua, Zhuge, Wenhong, and Lu Baiwei. Qinsha, your plan is gradually being activated. The Arcana world is getting bigger and bigger, and it will become a cage that will completely trap Mr. Wu Wu and the others. However, now that Zhao Jiangshan has escaped, will this plan pose a threat to us? Lu Baiwei asked. My plan has gone awry. Gu Qinsha said, originally, I wanted to use the Arcana world as a cage to trap Mr. Wu Wu and the others. However, the old world's instincts have retaliated against me. Unknowingly, the old world's instincts have affected Zhao Jiangshan. It wants him to carry out the Four Realms unification. He wants to use the Four Realms unification to once again form a huge old world to fight against my new world. Then should we destroy this plan? Zhuge asked. There is no need to destroy it. What will come sooner or later. I can only make the old world reach its maximum size and form a complete body. Then, the master of the old world will be born to fight against me. Only then will I be able to push my power to the maximum. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. After this battle, the old world's imprint will be completely erased. Only then will the new world be able to truly control this era. It seems that the final battle is unavoidable, Wen Hong said. We might also fall. The collision between the new world and the old world is indeed imminent, and it is inevitable. Otherwise, it will be impossible to trigger the 10th level of the immortal realm. Moreover, if we don't carry out the final battle and drag it out, the battles in the future will become more and more intense. I might not even be able to control it. Now that the old world has formed and the master of the old world has been born, I can still control it, Gu Chunsha said. I have a question, Liu Baiwa said. Actually, there's one more thing. Who is the master of the old world? Is there a definite answer to this? I think the fourth also wants to become the master of the old world. Fa Wuxian also wants to be resurrected and become the master of the old world. In addition, Zhao, Jiangshan, Long Xiangtian, and the others all want to rise to the top in a single step. However, after countless calculations and countless evolutions, I still can't see who the master of the old world is and who will inherit the old world. Everything is hidden in layers of fog. I can't see it either. This time, Gu Chunsha encountered some problems. However, the most promising one is the fourth. The fourth is the Emperor of Heaven, so it is reasonable for him to inherit the old world's orthodoxy. However, because I injected the power of the new world into his body, the medicinal pills he consumed from the Emperor of Heaven were not real medicinal pills, so he basically ruled out the opportunity of the old world. Zhang Ziran is second, but he doesn't have the ability to fight against me. As for Fa Wuxian, Mehali, Lin Xiaofan, Teddy, Lin Yu, and the others, they are just helping others. Zhao Jiangshan is the first person to cultivate the heavenly Tao, but this caused him to lose his destiny, so he can't become the master of the old world. Mr. Wu Wu and the others will become the subordinates of the master of the old world. In my opinion, the identity of the master of the old world is indeed confusing, and it is difficult to determine who will be born to become the master of the old world. I can only catch some clues, but I can't be sure. Will there be a new main character? Liu Baiwa smiled. All these years, we have created countless universes, countless worlds, and in each of them, there will be people who are like the main characters, invincible and invincible, but once they reach the multiverse, they are just giants. Are we going to witness the birth of the biggest main character? Almost. Once this main character is born, he will be a threat to me. He is my greatest enemy. Only by defeating him can we usher in a new world. If he defeats us, our new world will be reduced to nothing, Gu Chunsha said. Chapter 1072. Chapter 1067. Complete death. The current situation was very strange. Once the four realms were united, the ruler of the old world would be born. The ruler of the old world would be the main character, evenly matched with Gu Chunsha. Together, they would fight to be the next ruler. This would be Gu Chunsha's final enemy. However, even with Gu Chunsha's current cultivation, he couldn't be sure who the ruler of the old world was. All he could do was wait and see. If Gu Chunsha could see through it, he'd be able to stand above the old world. Of course, his cultivation hadn't reached that level yet. In short, Gu Chunsha was not invincible, but he only had one enemy now, and that was the master of the old world. If he subdued this enemy, then no one in this world would be a match for him and would be able to shake his beliefs. However, Liu Baiwa, Zhuge and the others were still worried. They weren't worried about Gu Chunsha, but about themselves. They hadn't comprehended the imperishable realm yet. If they didn't quickly reach the imperishable realm, they wouldn't have a foothold in the coming battles. Chunsha, the most important thing right now is how we can reach the imperishable realm. Liu Baiwa asked. Right now, the Mother Nest, Arcana, Taiwu, and Immemorial Cosmoses all have a chance of ascending to the Undying Realm. However, I feel like our new world is much larger than these cosmoses, so our chances of ascending to the Undying Realm are much higher. However, I feel like I'm still lacking a little bit. As long as I comprehend that bit of essence, I'll be able to ascend to the Undying Realm. I haven't fully comprehended the laws of the new world yet. I feel the same way. I feel that even though we are the creators of the new world, we don't actually fully understand it, Zhuge said. We don't have any idea what the new world is. That's where we're lacking. Indeed. However, I feel that I have already comprehended some of the true secrets. On the other hand, when Hong said, I'm the new ancestor, I've broken away from the old world, severed my fate, and obtained the word new. That's why I have a faint connection to the new world. I feel like I'm not far from the invincible realm. That's right. The invincible immortal realm is an extremely difficult realm to comprehend. Our new world's current accumulation is more than enough for you to comprehend the invincible immortal realm. To be honest, even if the four realms were to merge, it would still be much weaker than our new world. Gu Chensha said, but now, I'm going to forcefully open up the truth of the new world for all of you, so that you can all reach the invincible, imperishable level. Mr. Wu Wu and the others would never have thought that I could do something like this. Once you've all reached the invincible, deathless level, go into hiding and wait for the right moment to strike. That would save the situation. Everyone in the world is calculating and plotting. However, my plot is the most profound and profound. Chunsha, your cultivation base has reached this level. You can make us all reach the invincible, deathless level. Lu Baiwe was shocked. Of course, stronger than Mr. Wu Wu and the others. In fact, I can kill them, but I'm afraid of harming them. Now listen to my arrangements. I'll use the 10th level of the Invincible Deathless will to help you comprehend the Tao of the Invincible Deathless. I haven't reached level 10, but I'm very clear about some of the structure. Gu Qinsha said, this level is very mysterious. I've only comprehended less than 1/10 of it. But with this 1/10 of power, I can evolve the multiverse to an unimaginable level with a single thought. Rumble. Just as Gu Qinsha was speaking, many incomprehensible, indescribable, inexplicable, 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 inobservable, and inexplicable appeared above his head. This thing had never appeared in the world before. It wasn't material, it wasn't energy, it wasn't non-material, it wasn't non-energy, it wasn't mind, and it wasn't non-mind. No one could understand what this power was, and no one could tell what it was. Even when Hong, Zhuge and Lu Baiwe had no idea what it was. It was as if they were dumbfounded. However, this power quickly enveloped them and formed a large cocoon on their bodies. The cocoon glowed with a color that hadn't been seen in the world before. In fact, it couldn't even be called a color. It wasn't a color, but it wasn't a color. In the multiverse, even the highest life forms, like Mr. Wu Wu, couldn't understand what this was. It wasn't that they couldn't reach this level, but they couldn't imagine it or understand it. This power surpassed their way of thinking. The scary thing wasn't that you couldn't reach a level of cultivation. The scary thing was that you couldn't even imagine or understand this level of existence. The level that Gu Chansha was using now was this level. And this was only 1/10 of the neither being nor undying level. Buzz, Lu Baiwe, Zhuge Wenhong, and Jin Suebua, who were wrapped in the eggshell, were completely sealed inside. They seemed to have disappeared, and only a faint aura remained. This is the neither being nor undying realm. Actually, I don't want you to directly reach the neither being nor undying realm. I want you to experience the mysteries of this realm. At the same time, I want you to feel the highest level, the neither being nor undying realm. However, this is very dangerous, because this realm is too far beyond your understanding. If you can't control it, your heart will collapse, and your worldview will be completely destroyed. You will lose all your abilities and become a normal person, unable to progress any further. In the end, you will die with nothing left, and I won't be able to save you. Gu Chench's move was actually very dangerous. But it wasn't like he didn't have the confidence to do it. As expected, within the eggshell, Lu Baiwe, Zhuge Wenhong, and Jin Suebua's aura were getting weaker and weaker. They will seem to be disintegrated, destroyed, and subverted by an unimaginable power. But it seemed that because of something deep within their hearts, their souls were not destroyed, and their hearts were still there. The four of them, in their own eggshells, had turned into a small flame. The flame flickered, and it seemed like it would go out at any time. But it didn't. Buzz, at this moment, Gu Chansha increased his power. The flame in the eggshell was getting weaker and weaker, and it was on the verge of death. Suddenly, the flame represented by Jin Suwa went out with a puff, leaving only a few green smoke, which then dispersed. The eggshell also broke and disappeared without a trace. Dead, not dead, but completely annihilated. Even his energy has disappeared. It's impossible for him to reincarnate, and it's impossible for him to revive. Seeing this, Gu Chansha sighed. Jin Sueba's luck is relatively shallow. Although he has made great contributions by following me, if it wasn't for him, the calming immortal department wouldn't have been able to operate so quickly. Unfortunately, he couldn't withstand the non-immortal realm and directly disappeared. This is the difference between the old world and the new world. In the old world, energy is conserved. After a person dies, even if he fuses with heaven and earth and becomes a part of the source, if he has great divine power, he can destroy evil spirits, reverse time, and revive the person. This is because of the conservation of energy. But in the new world, because energy is not conserved, death is true death. This is also the biggest disadvantage of the old world and the new world. Jin Sueba died just like that. He was completely annihilated, and even the current Gu Chansha couldn't revive him. He had lost a great general, and one who had followed Gu Chansha all the way to the central divine region and had made great contributions. In fact, Jin Sueba's contributions were even greater than Zhu Viya's. Jin Sueba had been an elder of the everlasting celestial sect, and after joining Gu Chansha, when the calming immortal department had first been established, he had roped in countless cultivators. Gu Chansha still remembered those contributions. At that time, Jin Sueba had made alliances, exchanging resources, and doing business, making the entire imperial court flourish. The wealth of the calming immortal department had practically supported the treasury of the great Yonko, and that was how the world had been able to maintain its rapid operations. That was why Gu Chansha was where he was today. He was in a very melancholic mood. However, Gu Chansha didn't stop. He knew that Jin Sueba's death was just the beginning. If Zhu Viya, Liu Baiwei, and Wen Hong couldn't hold on, then they would die just like Jin Sueba. The transformative transformation. Gu Chansha continued to urge the calming immortal department. He couldn't stop now, because if he did, the deaths of Liu Baiwei and the others would be unavoidable. Given Gu Chansha's current abilities, he wouldn't be able to bring them back to life. However, in the moment that Jin Sueba died, Gu Chansha had actually peered into some of the secrets of the transformative transformation, and his framework had become even more complete. This was one of his experiments, but the price he had paid for it was far too high. Suddenly, when Hong's flame changed, when it was about to be extinguished, a bright light burst out. Within this flame, when Hong's body reformed and swallowed the entire eggshell. Then, from the origin of the new world, a surge of energy came down and revolved within Wen Hong's body, taking away a large amount of energy. However, when Hong's life essence had improved, undying level 9, the transformative chi emerged from his body. Who would have thought that the first person to reach the transformative transformation would be Wen Hong? Currently, in this world, there were Mr. Indifferent, Mr. Inaction, Mr. Indifferent, Mr. Indifferent, Mr. Indifferent, and Gu Chansha. However, they weren't humans, they weren't even living beings. Therefore, the first person to reach the transformative transformation was Wen Hong. Fa Wuxian died the moment he was born, so it could be said that he didn't reach the transformative transformation. Chapter 1073. Becoming Undying Wen Hong was the first to reach the supreme, undying level. The 9th level of undying was completely different from the heavenly Tao and surpassed everything in the original world. There was no 9th level of undying, only heavenly Tao. The highest level was heavenly Tao, celestial sovereign, celestial longevity, celestial origin, celestial realm, heavenly Tao. These were the 5 levels of advancement. After reaching these 5 levels, there were no more paths. It was Gu Chansha who carved out this path. Of course, this was also the result of the old world's heavenly Tao and Gu Taxin's fusion. In short, Wen Hong was the first to reach the supreme, undying level. Next, Liu Baiwei and Zhuge Ye's flames of life swelled, giving off wisps of aura that devoured the eggshell outside. Then, with the baptism of the new world, they reached the supreme, undying level as well. Finally, Zhuge Ye and Liu Baiwei were meditating on their own levels to familiarize themselves with the power of the supreme, undying level. But then they saw Jin Suibo vanish and understood what had happened. Jin Suibo vanished into thin air. Zhuge Ye said, "I failed to break through to the invincible, immortal level. Just now, when I was trying to break through, I already had a telepathic connection, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. I could die at any moment and disappear completely. The biggest drawback of our new world is that we can't come back to life after we die. That's the disadvantage of non-conservation of energy." "That's not a drawback." Gu Qinsha sighed and said, "The conservation of energy represents an infinite cycle, while the non-conservation of energy represents an infinite non-cycle. The birth of a new world has actually broken the inherent cycle of reincarnation and stepped into a new concept. Everyone who is born in the new world is actually eternal, but this kind of eternity only exists once. After death, eternity is lost. This is in line with our philosophy. We have eternal life, so we must grasp it at all times." "How miraculous! New world, old world." Wen Hong said, "In theory, all living beings in the old world die, but they have reincarnation. In other words, they are mortal. In the new world, all of the creatures in the new world were born with eternal life, but after they died, they would completely disappear. There was no reincarnation. In reality, they could not live forever. This contrast is very interesting." "Interesting indeed," Liu Baiwei said. "However, we still have to resurrect Jin Suibo. He has been with us for so many years and has contributed greatly. Moreover, he is loyal and devoted. There is still a part of the new world for him. I can borrow the power of the old world to resurrect him, but with my current cultivation base, I can't do it. He must be someone from the new world. That's the law of the new world. Living beings are eternal, but if they encounter a tribulation and die, they will truly die. But once I comprehend the 10th level of undying, I can resurrect him." Gu Qinsha said, "Now that the 3 of us are at undying level, we can kill him. Now that the 3 of us are at undying level, we have more complete control of the situation. Can we capture and kill Mr. Wu Wu and the others?" Zhuge Ye was eager to try. "Mr. Wu Wu and the others are old, undying experts. It's hard for you to kill them one-on-one. But they are undying from the old world, and you are undying from the new world. Naturally, you will have an advantage. But killing them now isn't a good thing. After the old world's main character is born, they will increase his power. At that time, the old world's main character will have the right to fight against me. After subduing the old world's main character, I will be able to reach the 10th level of undying." Gu Qinsha waved his hand. "You don't plan on eliminating the old world's protagonist in the bud. You still have to nurture him and strengthen him. In the end, when he reaches his peak, you will defeat him. That's the perfect ending. It's just like how pigs have to be fattened before being killed, and crops have to mature before being purchased. If the crops aren't mature, harvesting them is meaningless." Liu Baiwei understood Gu Qinsha's meaning. "Actually, I really want to see and know who the old world's main character is. Who can fight against you? I feel that there will never be someone who can fight against you. There won't be one in the future, and there won't be one now. I hope that there will be someone who can fight against me. Only then will I have motivation. Even if it can't be born, I will nurture it." In the past, Mr. Wu Wu and the others worked together with the 4th Emperor of Heaven, Zhang Ziren, and the others to nurture another me. Unfortunately, it didn't succeed. Gu Qinsha said, Now that you've reached the undying realm, leave the new world immediately and go to the old world. You can also secretly push for the union of the four worlds. Also, try to create as many supermassive worlds as you can. The more worlds there are, the more complicated the situation will be, and the stronger the main character of the old world will be. You can even secretly get that main character to accept the ideals and karma of the new world, making it easier to subdue him in the future. I don't want to kill the main character of the old world, because if I do, another main character will be born in the future, generation after generation. Only by subduing this main character and getting him to acknowledge the ideals of the new world will we be able to get rid of him once and for all. I see. Everyone understood now. The stronger the main character of the old world was, the better. Moreover, Gu Qinsha couldn't kill this person. It was best if he could change the main character's thoughts and actions. Only then would he be able to get rid of all traces of the old world. Otherwise, even if he killed the main character of this old world, the remaining poison would not disappear. After a long period of time, another main character would appear to oppose Gu Qinsha. This would continue for generations, and there would be no end to it. It was very frustrating. For example, in 10,000 years, the main character of the old world would be born, but he would be killed by Gu Qinsha, and the multivariate universe would temporarily settle down. However, in another 10,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years, the main character would be born again. When that time came, there would be a huge storm, and who knew how many people would die and how many worlds would be destroyed. Of course, Gu Qinsha wanted to solve everything once and for all. Swish, swish, swish. After the discussion, Wenhong, Lu Baiwei, and Zhuge left the new world and disappeared. They would hide themselves, and no one would find them. Then, they would push forward the development of the multivariate universe. In the current multivariate universe, there were only 4 supercolossal universes: the Mother Nest universe, the Arcane Technique universe, the Extreme Martial universe, and the Immemorial universe. However, if these 3 supreme immortals pushed forward, it was likely that even more supercolossal universes would be born. The unique characteristic of these supercolossal universes was that they could nurture opportunities to reach the supreme immortal realm. Of course, it was just an opportunity. There was no guarantee that they would reach the supreme immortal realm. Rumble. 3 more supreme immortals appeared in the multivariate universe. Immediately, a profound change occurred. Back in the day, Fa Wuxian hadn't reached the supreme immortal realm. He kept devouring, which led to the multivariate universe's backlash. If he had reached the supreme immortal realm at that time, then the multivariate universe wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Billions of universes completely revealed. When Gu Qinsha saw the 3 of them leave, he once again activated his River of Fate. The River of Fate expanded by trillions of times. It flowed endlessly, and everyone's fate was within it. Even Mr. Wu Wu and the others were revealed. Originally, if one reached the supreme immortal realm, they would have long since escaped the control of fate. However, Gu Qinsha's fate was no ordinary fate. Ever since Jin Suabe's death, he had gained a deeper understanding of the supreme immortal realm. Therefore, when he observed the multivariate universe, he could see the fate of every living being and non-living being more clearly. The main character of the old world should have already been born. However, I don't know who it is. Moreover, this main character doesn't even know that he's the main character of the old world. He might even be a minor character. Just like me back in the day, I was also a minor character, a prince who wasn't well received. Right now, I'm sending Lu Baiwei, Wenhong, and Zhuge out to stir things up. This way, the fishes, prawns, crabs, and turtles will show themselves. It's like a pond. The water surface is calm, and you'll never know what's hidden inside. But if you keep stirring things up, you'll startle the snake, and the water will turn into a muddy soup. That way, many things won't be able to hide, and will show themselves. Gu Qinsha's stirring things up to startle the snake was a grand scheme, but it wasn't a conspiracy. In the boundless river of fate, the fates of countless living beings and non-living beings, and even those who weren't living beings or non-living beings, appeared in the river. Dragons and snakes mingled in the river. The heavenly Tao realm experts were like dragons, swimming and growing. However, some of them had chaotic fate and were plagued by bad luck. They were actually devoured by some minor characters. And those minor characters quickly grew up. In the river of fate, everyone's fate changed from a tiny ant to a shrimp, a small fish, a large fish, a huge fish, a python, a whale, a flood dragon, and a true dragon. Guqinsha was constantly observing and adjusting them. He could even change anyone's fate. By adjusting their fate, that person would turn from an ant to a true dragon. The fate of Mr. Everlasting and the others was also included. They didn't appear as true dragons, but as stars. They floated in the river of fate. Sometimes they would struggle to fly out of the river, and other times they would fall back into the river. It was like the sun rising and setting over the sea. This meant that they were unable to escape the restraints of the river of fate. Sure enough, Guqinsha discovered some clues when he was manipulating the fates of countless living beings. Chapter 1074. Chapter 232. Discovering fate. How many living beings and non-living beings were there in the multivariate universe? There was no one who could count the number. Even the smallest universe had countless living beings. Snakes, bugs, rats, ants, and even bacteria were all contained within. And Guqinsha's river of fate revealed everything. All the fate was revealed down to the tiniest detail. There were no flaws at all. In the entire world, only he had such strength. He was also the only one with such a realm and cultivation base. He observed the fate of the living beings and non-living beings in the river of fate. He discovered that the fate energy of many tiny ant-like living beings was rapidly growing. There were over 100 of them, and they were constantly devouring all sorts of huge fishes, pythons, giant whales, etc. They were growing into colossal existences. However, this was considered a normal phenomenon. In the myriad worlds, there would always be minor characters who would experience a reversal and obtain great fate energy, attaining supreme innate techniques. However, Guqinsha still felt that there was something strange about this. It was because the speed at which these ants grew was simply too fast. Moreover, they were constantly fighting each other, as though they were nurturing venomous insects. There was also a possibility that these ants didn't comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra and didn't awaken their own spirit force. They were all relying on the power of the old world, devouring and plundering to grow. This might very well be the old world choosing the main characters. Many people who seemed to be the main characters were born. They devoured each other and fought against each other, nurturing the strongest existences. This clearly wasn't normal. Naturally, Guqinsha didn't stop such actions. The changes of these people in the multivariate universe didn't pose a threat to him. In fact, they could even allow him to observe the situation of the old world. Swoosh! His body also disappeared. He headed to a universe in the multivariate universe. This universe was a supergigantic universe. It was just a step away from condensing and evolving into a supreme hegemon universe. It was an existence on the same level as the Arcana universe, Mother Nest universe, Extreme Martial universe, and Primal universe. In truth, there were many such universes in the multivariate universe. However, none of them were able to advance into a supreme hegemon universe. However, Guqinsha could tell that as long as some of the supergigantic universes could advance into a supreme hegemon universe, the person who pushed for it will be able to obtain great accomplishments. The current 4 great super megacosmoses were actually formed naturally and not pushed by some existence. Even if it was Zhao Jiangshan, he only played a minor role and wasn't the actual driving force. However, in the following process, many protagonists would appear in many mega-universes. These protagonists would drive the operation of these mega-universes, turning them into mega-universes. If among these protagonists, there were people who had cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra, Gu Chansha felt that it was all right. There was nothing strange about it. But now, among these people, all of them were the foundation practitioners of the old world who mainly relied on devouring to cultivate. That was definitely a conspiracy. However, Gu Chansha did not care about these conspiracies. He wanted to see how these schemes would be carried out. Shua. Right now, he had arrived at a place called the Nine Shin Cosmos. This Nine Shin Cosmos was a mega-universe. Within this cosmos, it was a very ordinary cosmos. Most of the people here cultivated the immortal Tao, and their cultivation levels were still based on the ancient system. Tao Realm 36 transformations, Heavenly Lord, Heavenly Longevity, Heavenly Essence, Heaven Realm, and Heavenly Tao. Everything was done according to the prescribed order. Moreover, there were very few people who had cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra. Moreover, within this cosmos, the strongest power was the Nine Shin dynasty. This dynasty was somewhat similar to the great Yonko court of the Endless Mainland. The Nine Shin dynasty had set down a law that forbade the appearance of anyone who cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra or those who had awakened their spirit force. For such people, the Nine Shin dynasty only had a single word for them: kill them, completely destroy them. For people who had awakened their spirit force, the Nine Shin dynasty called them heretics. They were even more repulsed than the most vicious and evil devils. They felt that these heretics were the destroyers of the world, the corruptors, the destroyers of order. In the future, they would bring irreparable damage to the world. For ordinary evil devils, even if they had reached the level of Fa Wuxian, they would at most devour. They still had to abide by the law of conservation of energy, natural selection, and survival of the fittest. But for people who had awakened their spirit force, they would be challenging the rules of the old world. The current emperor of the Nine Shin dynasty was known as Xiangai Dao. It meant that his cultivation base could cover the great Tao. Right now, this emperor's cultivation base was also at the heavenly Tao realm. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. Even in the multivariate universe, he could be ranked in the top 100. In Gu Chencha's River of Destiny, by observing the amount of fate energy, he would be able to derive the ranking of the experts in the multivariate universe. He was fully deserving of being number one. No one could be a match for him. At the very least, for now, there was basically no one who could pose a threat to him. Ranked second was Mr. Wuxin, ranked third was Mr. Wuxin, ranked fourth was Mr. Wu, ranked fifth was Wen Hong, ranked seventh was Liu Baiwei, and ranked eighth was Zhuge Ye. These were all people who had cultivated to the undying realm. Next, the one ranked ninth was actually the fourth, Gu Huasha. The 10th was Zhang Ziren. The 11th was Zhao Jiangshan, and the 12th was Mehali. Naturally, Mehali's cultivation base would still continue to rise. If he succeeded in his gamble with Fa Wuxian, at that time, he would enter the top group and become an expert at the undying realm. The emperor of the Nine Shin dynasty, Xiangai Dao, is ranked 84th in terms of strength and destiny. To the myriad worlds of the multivariate universe, he is a tyrannical existence. You must know that there are dozens of experts from our new world. Gu Chansha observed, among the top 100 experts in the multivariate universe, other than Gu Chansha, Liu Baiwei, Wen Hong, and Zhuge Ye, there are also some heavenly Tao realm experts, such as Ancestor Personal Loyalties Foster Son, Long Zaifei, Long Yuyun, Yuhan Liu, Longevity God, Chang Yuzhou, Chang Weiyang, Martial Sage, Lord of Tai, Tai Mengdi, Liu Yu, God of Five Seasons, and others. These people who had fought alongside Gu Chansha had all cultivated the strongest mystiques in the New World and cultivated to the heavenly Tao realm that no one could compare to. Those who had cultivated to the heavenly Tao realm in the New World were thousands of times stronger than those who had cultivated under ordinary circumstances. Therefore, in terms of strength, the overall strength of the New World could basically crush the Old World. Naturally, This was because the main character of the old world had yet to mature and appear. In the Nine Xian cosmos, Gu Chansha discovered the aura of the main character. Of course, this was just the aura of the main character. The true main character might not be him. He still had to fight with many other main characters and kill them all before he could become the true main character. However, this main character was not the Nine Xian Cosmos Emperor, nor was it his prince. Instead, it was one of his subordinates. Gu Qinsha didn't linger around for too long. With a single movement, he arrived at the capital of the Nine Xian dynasty. This capital was extremely huge, and there were tall buildings everywhere. There were even huge floating towers floating in the sky. There were also many hidden space-time within the capital, and there were also many towering castles. This was a world of the immortal Tao, so it wasn't strange for the capital of the dynasty to be so majestic. At this time, Gu Chansha arrived at a huge courtyard in the depths of space. This could be said to be a small world, and there were many men and women living here. It was the residence of a subject. This subject was an extremely exalted grand tutor of the Nine Xian dynasty. His name was Zhou Yuhao, and he had 100 sons. One of them was called Zhou Yang. He didn't like this son, and his status in the clan was extremely low. But in truth, this Zhou Yang had the fate of a main character. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the entire Nine Xian cosmos and the Nine Xian dynasty would eventually be under Zhou Yang's control. However, this Zhou Yang was still one of the unfavored sons of the clan. The reason why Gu Qinsha came here was because he wanted to catalyze this Zhou Yang into accepting his ideals. After that, he wanted him to devour the other main characters one by one, becoming the sole main character and submitting to him. In Gu Qinsha's view, this Zhou Yang hadn't had any fortuitous encounters yet, so he was still very easy to mold. With a thought, he arrived at a small courtyard. This space was like a small world, with mountains and rivers surrounding it, the sun, moon, and stars, as well as courtyards and fields. This place was created by Grand Tutor Zhou Yuhao. Grand Tutor Zhou Yuhao's cultivation base was at the Heaven Realm, and he hadn't reached the Heavenly Tao Realm yet. But even at this realm, he was extremely exalted. That was why the Emperor of the Nine Xian dynasty regarded him so highly, and he became a Grand Tutor. In the most remote courtyard, there was a young man living there. This young man had delicate features, but there was an extremely ruthless look in his eyes, as though he would never admit defeat. His personality was tyrannical, and he wouldn't compromise on anything. It was precisely because of this that he wasn't liked by the clan, and he couldn't get along well with anyone. I, Zhou Yang, will always adhere to my ideals, and I will never back down. Even if the world doesn't accept me, I will still continue walking down this path. Zhou Yang paced back and forth in his own courtyard. There were some formations placed around the courtyard, locking him up. Clearly, he was being punished. I'm a step too late. The instant Gu Chansha arrived at this courtyard, he saw a ray of light appear on Zhou Yang's body, as if some sort of mysterious power had been bestowed upon him. Gu Chansha saw that it was a system formed from the will of the old world. The immortal eternal creation system has been activated. Host, please receive information. A voice sounded in the depths of Zhou Yang's mind. The will of the old world has sensed my arrival, so it has been bestowing a fortuitous encounter upon him. It's like I'm preparing to draw on a piece of white paper, but the will of the old world has already begun to paint on it. Gu Qinsha frowned. Chapter 1075. Zhou Yang, the Immortal and Eternal Creation System. This was Zhou Yang's fortuitous encounter. All main characters had fortuitous encounters. Only with fortuitous encounters could one grow quickly. And the stronger the main character, the more fortuitous encounters they would have. This was already a regular pattern. Over the years, Gu Chansha had seen who knew how many main characters. He had even created many systems himself, such as the yin and yang system and the fate system for some main characters to obtain, allowing them to grow. The way he saw it, main characters could be divided into different categories. minor main characters, major main characters, super main characters, etc. In front of the immortal and eternal creation system, all the other systems paled in comparison. If it had to be counted, then it should be the first system. It contained the principles of immortality, eternity, all things, growth, reincarnation, life and death, and all sorts of other supreme principles. Zhou Yang would be able to reach the heavens in a single step after obtaining this system. As long as he followed what the system did, he would be able to become a true overlord and control the 9 mysterious universe. Then, he would be able to push the 9 mysterious universe to become a super overlord and reach the undying realm. Of course, this was just a possibility. Zhou Yang still needed to devour other main characters and obtain their abilities. Gu Qinsha had originally wanted to slowly influence Zhou Yang and become his master, but it seemed like that plan had been foiled. The will of the old world had infused him and nurtured him. This way, Gu Qinsha's plan would be foiled. It seems like the will of the old world is ahead of me, but it doesn't matter. Gu Qinsha had calculated billions of plans in the blink of an eye and decided on one thing. After Zhou Yang obtained the system, he appeared in front of him. Zhou Yang had no idea what was going on. Just as he was immersed in the system's operations, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man dressed in an ancient robe. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and he looked like a peerless figure who could laugh at the 9 heavens. Even with Zhou Yang's arrogance, he felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Zhou Yang said calmly. He had obtained the immortal and eternal creation system in his body, which gave him great confidence. He was no longer the unwelcome son. You just acquired the deathless and everlasting all-being creation system, which can steal the good fortune of ghosts and gods. It can cause transformations to all living things in heaven and earth. I'm here to teach you, lest you lose your heart because of the system and cause the destruction of heaven and earth. Gu Qinsha was now a person of virtue and prestige. What system? I don't understand what you're saying. At this time, a crafty glint flashed in Zhou Yang's eyes. He didn't want to admit that he had obtained the system. This is the world of the 9 Xian Empire's Grand Tutor. How can you barge in without permission? Deep in his heart, he thought, I actually got the immortal and eternal creation system, and the first mission it gave me was to deceive this person. This person definitely has a shady background and is my enemy. He might even want to steal my system. If I can deceive this person, the system will reward me greatly. Within his sea of consciousness, a massive system of data continuously flowed, giving out a mission. The mission was, deceive this dangerous person in front of you and complete this mission. You will be rewarded with the cultivation method of the Supreme Heavenly Tao Life and Death Creation Art, and the Supreme Heavenly Tao Life and Death Creation Body. This body is immortal and indestructible, impervious to all arts, and unbreakable by all Taos. This mission could allow him to reach the heavens in a single step. As such, Zhou Yang naturally had to follow the system's mission to deceive Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha frowned, but then relaxed. Since it's like this, I've mistaken you for someone else. Young man, you're on your own now. I see that your cultivation is still quite weak. Since we've met by fate, I'll also give you a system. Gu Qinsha waved his hand, and a massive stream of data appeared and descended into Zhou Yang's body. Zhou Yang immediately heard another voice, system binding, soul connection, boundless spirit, system activation, whoosh. After Gu Qinsha bound the system to Zhou Yang, it immediately disappeared. This made Zhou Yang feel quite relieved. System, I just tricked this person and left. Where's my reward? Zhou Yang asked the immortal and eternal creation system. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that another system had appeared in his mind. The immortal and eternal creation system had turned into a sphere and was opposing the infinite spiritual existence system that he had just obtained. The immortal and eternal creation system was a sphere, while the infinite and infinite mental existence and non-existent system was a cube. The immortal and eternal creation system represented the reincarnation of the old world, so it was a sphere representing cycle and conservation. On the other hand, the infinite mental existence and non-existence system represented the endless non-circulation of the new world, so its form was a cube. Gu Chen's meaning was clear. He wanted to give the system to Zhou Yang and let him choose. Zhou Yang, you must devour this system, the sphere said. The immortal and eternal creation system sent out a thought, and it was a compulsory mission. If you don't complete this mission, the system will leave your body and cause the host to die. Zhou Yang, don't listen to him. The limitless spiritual existence system spoke. This system is sucking your blood essence and making you its slave. It will give you many missions and make you do all kinds of things. In the end, it will leave you. If you fall for its tricks, I'm afraid you won't be able to turn back in this lifetime. Then do you want to give me missions? Zhou Yang saw the two systems in his sea of consciousness and couldn't help but feel confused. I won't give you missions. I will only teach you all sorts of ultimate martial arts and unlock the unlimited power in your body so that you can reach the ultimate level of cultivation. The cube's infinite mind existence system said, you can think of me as a teacher. Don't listen to him. At this point, the immortal, everlasting creation system said, he's saying he's going to give you unlimited power, but he's actually giving you the power to break the balance of the universe. He's going to make you more terrifying than devil ghosts. As you know, the 9 profound cosmos hates heretics the most. Heretics who break the laws of the universe. If you trust him, you'll become a heretic. At that time, you'll be a rat on the street, and everyone will beat you up. What? Zhou Yang felt a little uncomfortable. It's the Tao of heretics? That person was a heretic? What heretic? That's the highest cultivation path in the multiverse. Only your 9 mysterious universe has sealed it. The strongest universes, the New World, and the Arcana universe. Which one of them doesn't focus on the power of the soul? The cube laughed coldly. Zhou Yang, do you want to spend the rest of your life in this tiny 9 mysterious universe? Don't you want to go out and experience the world? Zhou Yang's heart was moved. He knew that there were many universes outside of the 9 mysterious universe. Heaven and earth were boundless, and the 9 mysterious universe couldn't contain his heart. Although he was a nobody and was not well-liked, it was precisely because of this that he was too arrogant and ambitious. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by the old world's will to be the protagonist. Zhou Yang, don't listen to him. If you become a heretic, you won't even be able to leave the 9 mysterious universe. You'll be killed. Your brothers and sisters, your parents, they'll all want to kill you. Do you know how cruel the punishment for heretics in the 9 mysterious dynasty is? Zhou Yang, this is nothing. My system can protect you. Once your cultivation base is deep enough, the 9 mysterious universe will be under your control. Zhou Yang, this is a devil, a heretic. Work with me and complete my mission. I'll help you devour this heretic system and advance your cultivation base. Zhou Yang, this system wants you to complete all sorts of missions. In truth, it wants you to absorb your blood and use up your nascent spirit. Do you think there's such a thing in the world? I'll let you awaken the power in your soul. Enough, all of you, stop arguing. I'll listen to whoever can help me quickly improve my strength. I'm a very pragmatic person, Zhou Yang suddenly shouted. Deep within his sea of wisdom, a will of his own emerged. All right, I'll help you increase your strength right now. I'll forcefully open up your spirit power. At this point, the infinite spirit existence system began to draw on its power. You want Zhou Yang to become a heretic? I won't allow it. The immortal, everlasting creation system sent out its power as well. In the blink of an eye, the 2 powers clashed within Zhou Yang's sea of consciousness. Instantly, Zhou Yang felt a splitting headache. The power of these 2 systems could destroy the heavens and rend the earth. It was even more boundless than the power of the universe itself. As the 2 systems battled, their power canceled each other out, silently altering Zhou Yang's body. No one knew how long the 2 systems had been fighting for. Suddenly, The infinite spiritual existence or non-existence system changed violently and enveloped the immortal and eternal creation system. The two of them made a crackling sound. The immortal, everlasting creation system let out a shocked voice. You want to die with me? What are you trying to do? After we perish together, the power will be injected into Zhou Yang's body, causing him to become an existence that neither the old nor the new world can control. Is Gu Du Sha trying to create an existence that even he can't control? That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.